Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to Philbert Flies. This is possibly the most exciting live stream I've ever done. As you can see, we are in the CRJ 700 from Aerosoft, and I thought we'd start by taking a little spin around the outside of it. So it really is a beautiful plane, and I'd like to start off firstly by thanking Aerosoft for providing me with a pre-release version on which to film the 3 videos that I've put up on my channel. And secondly, for agreeing to give me a copy to give away during today's stream. And I'd also like to thank Tom, who is putting his hand in his pocket to allow me to give away another copy, as well as the one that I'm paying for. So we've got 3 copies to be won. And what I thought we'd do is get on board, get the aircraft set up from cold and dark, and then I'll go through how the competitions are going to work, the rules, how you enter, and all of that sort of thing. Hello to everyone. The chat is crazy today, so I apologise in advance if I miss some of your messages, but it's nice to see so many of you here. Good afternoon, Flightzilla. Good afternoon, No Clue, and Jared, and Conrad, and Come Fly With Me, and hundreds and hundreds of other people. It's very nice to see you here, and I know you're here to win rather than because you like watching me, but that's fine. That's fine. The main thing is that you're here. So here we are in the cockpit, and we're starting off in cold and dark configuration today. Now I have done a tutorial which I've called Buy It and Fly It, which is a very basic tutorial on how to fly the aircraft from A to B with a minimum of fuss. But I thought at least for this first stream I would show you a little bit about how to set it up from cold and dark. Little bit of a disclaimer, although I have been flying this aircraft for the best part of a week now, I'm not an expert at it. Things are going to go wrong today. The landings are going to possibly be a little bit crunchy. I might end up messing up some of the autopilot settings. So I'm still learning, and I hope that that will provide you with some reassurance that you're not alone if you're also struggling when the aircraft is released. So we're going to do a few quick checks before we turn on the power. We're going to make sure that the nose wheel steering switch is set to off. We're going to make sure that the hydraulic pumps are off, not up here, but over here, and they are. We're going to make sure the landing gear lever is in the down position, and it is. We're going to make sure that the flaps are retracted, and they are. And I had a look from the outside. The flap lever matches the position of the flaps. Throttle levers are in the shut-off detent. The weather radar is off. Well, it's not simulated, so that's fine. The ADG is not deployed. And the emergency flap switch is not deployed either. Okie dokie. So now we can turn on the battery master switch and get some power going. And there we are. There we are. It's a good start. Oh yes, thank you, Ben. That is a very good point. You must be a subscriber to the channel if you want to be in with a chance of winning one of the 3 copies that are being given away today. I don't know when it's going to be released. I genuinely have no information about that at all. Jean, no, I am not a real-life CRJ pilot, I'm afraid. No, I'm not. Right, so the battery master is on. And now we are going to check the electrical ICAS page by pressing the elect button down here. And that's AC electrical. We want to press it a second time to get to the DC electrical page. And we want to make sure we have at least 22 volts showing down here, and we do. Welcome on board. Thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate it. Ah, great. I haven't flown from London to New York, Aditya, but I'm very glad you joined the channel anyway. You're here most probably for the flight. Okay, yeah, good. I hope it's going to be smooth as well, Aditya. I really hope so. But as I said earlier, absolutely no promises at all on that front. Right, so we've got enough power to start the APU. We could, of course, connect a ground power unit. That's another option. But we're not going to do that today. We're going to go back to the stat page, which is the sort of default page that you want to have this screen on. And that gives us a lot of information about what's going on with the aircraft. We've got a lot of warnings, obviously, because we haven't got anything set up yet. So now we're going to go back to the overhead panel and start the APU. So we're going to push the power fuel button. And you'll see that it says APU in byte, which means it's going through its self-test, and then it says APU SOV open, which means we can start it. So we push the start stop button and we monitor the start down here. The giveaway, so there are going to be 3 giveaways, and The first one is going to take place on this flight after we take off and we're in the air. The second one will take place on the second flight, and I'm sure you can guess when the third giveaway will take place. So it's one giveaway per flight, and I will be going through that before we set off. Right, so we're going to head down here now and turn the IRS switches into nav. And I'm flicking through the tutorial flight manual as I go. So I think there are a lot of things that we need to check, but I'm not going to waste your time by looking at everything today because I know what position those are in already. We can check the emergency light switch if we want to and go through a whole series of sort of checks that you do before you get to the originating check. But today I'm not going to bother because I know you just want to see it fly and you want to win. Right, so we are now going to check the crew oxygen and masks. So to do that we press this and we press this, which again is something I probably won't do on every flight, but it's quite cool, so I thought you might like to see it. We're going to head up to the overhead and check that all of the generator switches are set into auto, and they are, hence the APU is providing power. And we're going to check the hydraulic panel now. So we're going to make sure that the stabilizer trim switches are disengaged. They're actually down here. And they are disengaged. We'll be engaging them a little bit later. And now we're going to engage them. There are a few more checks to do in between, but we're not going to bother with that. Suhaib, thank you for your donation. If you have just made it, I am getting a few little alerts repeating still. I don't know why that is. So I will, of course, be very grateful for any donations, but don't think that everything you see is people giving me money. It could be from several weeks ago, and I think that's what's happening now. I don't honestly understand why. So now we're going to turn on the hydraulic pumps. Well, we're going to set them to on and auto, so that means you push them down. Yeah, this is going to be released today. Oh, you meant London, Chicago, right. I thought I recognised your name. Good afternoon, Gilbert Flies. I'm touched at the imitation. Right, ELT switch. That is over here. We need to make sure that's armed, and it is. I'm going to check the cabin pressurisation panel now, and that all looks as it should. So do, as well as following my tutorial that I published at 11 AM this morning, do make sure you do go through the tutorial flight a few times. There's a lot to learn about this aircraft, and it's very satisfying to learn it. We're going to make sure that the packs are switched to auto, and they're not. They're in the off position at the moment, so we'll turn them on. We'll turn the recirculating fan to on. That's over here. And you can see now that the packs are on, we're getting the sound of the air conditioning coming through into the cockpit. Oh goodness me, I'm going to have to turn off these alerts because they're not what's actually going on. But for some reason, even when I close down, sorry, I didn't mean to get rid of that one. Even when I close down the alert box and mute it, they still come through. I don't know why. I really don't. I'll try anyway. So I've turned the volume down as well. See if that helps. You broke the F5 button in the Aerosoft CRJ forum. I think you're not alone. Do I think it's worth the $50? I do actually, Hajimir. I do. Yeah, I think it's very good. Yeah, I think they were all older donations popping up again. But if you have donated and I've missed it, then I'm really sorry about that. Gilbert, we don't know. We don't know what the release time is yet. So we would do the ice detector test now if this was the first flight of the day, but it's not. We're going to turn the windshield heating switches onto low. We're going to arm the emergency light switch. We're going to check that the standby compass here matches our current heading. So what's that reading? It's reading absolutely due south, and we are as well. Yeah, not absolutely, but close enough. The stall test we don't need to do because it's not the first flight of the day. We're going to double check that the nose wheel steering switch is off, and it is. We're going to make sure that the clock's set, and that is showing the right time. Our estimated time of departure today is 11:30 local, which is 10:30 Zulu. So we've got about 20 minutes before we're due to be off. Right, instrument panels look good. ICAS and standby instruments look good. Anti-skid test we don't need to do. We don't need to do that. As I say, I'm skipping through quite a lot of things here. We'll check the thrust lever quadrant. Make sure that they're still in cutoff. They are. Pitch and roll disconnect handles are stowed. And we need to arm the left and right thrust reverser switches to check that they pop up here. Left reverse armed, right reverse armed, they are fine. And I'm going to turn them off again for now. Okay, I think that'll do us for the checks for now, and so we'll move on to setting up the CDU. So the first thing we're going to do is go to the POSINIT page, then next page, and copy one of the GNSS positions, they are the same as you can see, and paste it into this field here, and that'll tell the aircraft exactly where we are. Right, that's that done. We'll go over to our flight plan page now, and we are flying from LFMT, Montpellier, to Paris-Orly, LFPO. So what I've decided to do is program this first flight by hand, and then we'll use the SimBrief import, which I've also done a tutorial on, for the subsequent flights. So I've got my SimBrief window up here. Our flight number is HOP. I'm going to have to move this so I can't see both. HOP 7547. So this is a real-world flight, but it's quite a historic one, I think, because Air France HOP no longer use the HOP call sign, they just use AF as far as I can tell. So that's our flight number in. Our alternate is EBLG, but we're not going there. Things aren't going to go that badly wrong, I don't think, and the weather looks okay. So I'm flying to Paris-Orly, Johannes. I'm flying from Paris to Paris-Orly from Montpellier. Next we're going to go to the departure and arrival page and program our departure and arrival because I like to get these things done in an aircraft that I'm new with. So today, I haven't checked the METAR, I should do that. METAR LFMT. So wind is 350 at 17 knots. And if I have a quick look at my airport chart, I'll be able, there's only one decent runway here. Yep, so we're going to take off from runway 30 right. And we're going to follow the November Golf 6N SID. There it is. We'll execute that. And as you can see, our flight plan's starting to take shape on the ND up here. Okay. Back to the flight plan, and we can start programming in the rest of our route. So our initial departures here, and that's going to take us as far as the NG waypoint. From NG, what are we going to do? Let me have another look at my plan, that would be helpful. We're going direct to the Molen intersection, Mike Oscar Lima Echo November. Then we're going direct to MTL. Then we're going to follow airway Uniform Mike 976 as far as Ettrek. And from there we're going to follow Uniform November 854 to Boulol. And we'll go to the next page. Next airway is UM733. I'm conscious I'm not talking to you very much, and I'm sorry about that. I will catch up with the chat once I've got things underway, and I will tell you about the all-important competition, of course, as well. So that's our en route section done. Now we need to add our star, which is going to be the Ardo 9 Whiskey. So we'll go back to departure and arrival. Oh, we'll press exec. That sounds like a good idea. Departure and arrival index, LFPO arrival. We're planning on a runway 25 ILS approach. And what did I say? Ardo 9 Whiskey. Yes, that's right. And we're going to be following... that's right. The Mol 6 Whiskey arrival. transition, I should say. Good, let's have a little break and I'll just catch up on a few messages, I think, now before we carry on. No, the questions haven't been asked yet, so... Oh, go on, I'll explain it now. People are obviously keen to hear. So we're doing 3 flights today, and on each flight I'm going to ask a question related to the CRJ. I'll be asking the question after takeoff, and whoever answers the question correctly will be entered into a draw to win one of 3 copies of the CRJ. So this first flight, I'm giving away the copy that Aerosoft has donated. If you win this copy, then you will need to email me, and I will provide you with instructions on how to claim it. The other 2 copies, I will be giving you the cash value via PayPal. So we'll get to that in a minute. We'll keep it simple and just talk about the first one for now. What else have I missed? Am I going to do a VIDP to VOHS flight? I will consider it. Hello, Winnie. Smash the like button. And do, of course, make sure you are subscribed. Because otherwise you cannot enter the competition. Who makes the Montpellier scenery? Pilot Experience Sim. There's a link in the video description. Hello, Darren. Where did I get it? So I got a pre-release copy from Aerosoft a week ago. So it's not out yet. I don't know when it's going to be released, but hopefully you won't have too much longer to wait. It is very similar to Boeing's FMC. It's closer to the Boeing FMC than Airbus's MCDU, I feel. Hello, Dazza. Nice to see you. Surrender, you're off. Okay, nice to see you briefly. My email I will give you once when I draw the winners. You are, of course, allowed to Google the answers to the questions. Yes, in fact, I would positively encourage it. Right. Let's continue with the CDU setup. We're going to go over to the performance page now and do our perf init. So actually, before we do that, we're going to take a look at the EFB, and we're going to go to the performance page here and set up our weight and balance based on the flight plan. So I'm going to click change to 0 fuel weight because it's much simpler than entering passenger figures, and it's at the top of my flight plan. So our 0 fuel weight today is 26842. Enter. And we want to carry 4,566 kilograms of fuel. That done, we can press set payload in simulator, and that's our 0 fuel weight and fuel loaded into the actual aircraft. Hello, Nathaniel. Can I incorporate user Boeing? Airbus and regional jets are kind of boring. Yeah, we don't have any decent Boeings, unfortunately, Tokyo State, or I would. But as soon as we get the 787, I will certainly be incorporating that into my video. Nice EFB, it is. Right, so now we've done that, we've got the aircraft loaded up correctly, we can click copy perf init data to FMS. And lo and behold, we've got our fuel in here, we've got our 0 fuel weight, and everything else has been filled in automatically. Cruising quite high today, according to the flight plan. Flight level 380. This is where you would put in your cruising altitude to your alternate airport, but as I said earlier, things aren't going to go that wrong. The weather looks alright, so we're not going to use it. We'll press exec again, and I'll check my notes. VNAV setup. Yeah. So we're going to put in the transition altitude, which is 5,000 feet. And everything else we're going to leave at default. So our target climb speed is 290 knots, then 0.74 Mach. And our speed limit is, as always, 250 knots below 10,000 feet. If we go to the next page, this is what we're planning to do for the cruise. And the final page is our descent. So the transition altitude, 5,000 feet in Paris as well. So we're going to use flight level 60 for the transition level. We'll execute all of that. I'm just going to go back to the perf page and make sure that all stayed put. Yep, that seems to have. Oh yes, that's the other thing. On page 2 of this we can input our cruise winds. So our average wind component is minus 52 today, and the aircraft will use that to calculate our ETAs and things like that. Exec. Going to go back to the EFB and we're going to have a look at our originating checklist now, and I'm going to skip through this to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. External lights I haven't done. By rights I think we should have had our nav lights on as soon as the aircraft was connected to power, so we'll do that now. And I'm going to turn on the seatbelt and no smoking signs while I'm up here. Willie, if you press the correct sequence button, can you play a game of Pac-Man? I couldn't rule it out. I couldn't rule it out. What's the maximum range of the CRJ, Redian? Well, that is actually something that you might need to find out for yourself a little bit later on, I'm afraid. So I'm not going to tell you. My stream's in 720. Is it? Are other people finding that? Shouldn't be. There's a toga detent and a climb detent. There are also shut-off detents, idle detents, and max power detents. $720. Oh, that sucks. That is not what I wanted. Hold on. I don't think I can fix it now, can I? Maybe I'll fix it after this flight. I always stream in 1080 and I haven't changed anything, so I don't get it. I really don't. Yeah, you're right. 720p at 60 is what you got. Oh well, never mind, never mind. I apologise to those of you with very good monitors. It'll do us for now, I think. The thing is, as soon as I have to stop the stream to change the settings in Streamlabs, so I don't think that would be welcomed by anyone. I think this is the lesser of two evils. Maybe in between flights I'll think about it. Right, I've totally lost what we're doing there. Oh yes, originating checks. So bleed air we've already checked, fuel panels checked, start panel has been checked, hydraulic switches we've done, cabin pressure panel we've done, anti-ice checked, windshield heat we've set to low, emergency lights are on, standby compass, yep. Trims we haven't yet done, we'll do that now, and yaw damper we haven't yet engaged. So if we go back to the performance page, we can see that our takeoff trim should be 7.2. And we can set that by looking at this display over here. Interestingly, it's almost always 7.2. You wouldn't really be bothered with the lower quality. Good, good, good. Yes, this is the CRJ 700. Right. So, yaw damper engage down here. Back to the checklist, make sure there's nothing else. So now we're ready to move on to the before start checklist. So we're going to set our landing elevation, and that today is going to be 6 feet. And I think I think 0 feet is as close as we can get to that. Yeah, so it goes up in 20, so we'll leave that set to 0. As it gets closer to starting the engines, I'm wondering what else I've forgotten while skimming over the checklist, but never mind. Altimeters, have we set those? No, we have not, so we'll press the B key twice to do that. 1024 is what the METAR says, so that's good. FMS has been checked and set. IRSs are aligned and set to nav. Radios and nav aids. Yep, by rights, if we're doing a flight realistically, we should tune in some relevant beacons. So, as we're going to NG, I'll tune that now, which is 354. Don't think I've ever tuned the ADF in this before. Very exciting. And very slow, apparently. There are no VOR. Oh no, there is a VOR, but we're going to leave auto-tuning on for the Nav1 radios. Well, talk amongst yourselves. I'll just do some scrolling. Are there 3 wheels? No, there are only 2. The dude says that this is the correct way to do it. You can also do it like you can on the CJ4 in the CDU. Yeah, no. Let's have a look at that as an option as well. So somewhere on here there's a radio page, and we'll just type in 354 there, put it in the ADF field, double check that's gone in. Yeah, much easier, but not the way it would be done in real life. Okay, what else? Altimeters should be set, FMS checked and set, takeoff briefing. Well, I'm not going to brief you. I've told you a little bit about what we're up to. Clear to start checklist. All our devices are off. They're not really. The APU is on. Takeoff data we haven't yet set, so we'll go over to the performance page again, and you'll see that our V-speeds have been calculated for us. We can tune these in manually, or we can press set all. I'm going to press set all, and you can see that these have all been put beneath the speed tape over here. Also, our speed set has been changed to 155, which is V2 plus 10, which is good. And back to the checklist. Turn the beacon. Oh, we should close the door. That's a very good idea. Passenger door closed, and we'll remove the chocks while we're here. We know that our parking brakes are set. Beacon on, fuel pumps on, hydraulic pumps to auto and on. Okay. Beacon, fuel pumps, hydraulic pumps are already set to auto and on. I'm going to set a few things in the autopilot panel, so I'm going to... Actually, no, not heading. We'll set that. We'll sync that when we're on the runway. If I remember, I'm rubbish at syncing my headings. We're going to choose our cruising altitude of flight level 380. 38700. It is a bit fiddly this because the switches are so far apart from the screens. And we'll double check our warnings up here, check if there's anything we shouldn't have showing. Mac trim we shouldn't have showing, so we're going to push that button there. And that looks pretty much as I would expect it to look before we start the engines. Are we going to do a pushback, or are we going to... Yeah, we'll do a pushback. We'll do a pushback. Right, is everyone excited? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? We're actually going to move the plane. Then once we're in the air, I'll ask the giveaway question, and we'll have a winner by the time we turn off the engines at Orly. Just have to get my papers in order. Actually, before we do that, what we haven't done is check the flight plan route. So we're going to do that. We're going to go over to the legs page and check for any discontinuities. So there's one between Ardol and Ardol, so we'll get rid of that. We don't need this vectors leg. Obviously, if we were flying in the real world, we absolutely would need to leave that there, because ATC would be giving us vectors and we couldn't just do exactly what we wanted. But for today, we're going to do exactly what we want. No, the plane isn't released. No, we don't know when it's going to be out yet. Although I hope someone tells me when it is released, because yeah, I won't know. As far as I'm aware, though, it's not released yet. Okay, let's get pushed back and underway.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes.
That's true, Rob, that's true.
Parking brakes released.
Pushing back.
Now, this is hard. This is very, very hard. With Pushback Express, you can control the tug.
Okay, you are clear behind and
a little
you can
bit.
start
We
your
don't
engines
actually have a tug.
at your discretion.
So what we're going to do is drag it forward and try our best to line it up with this taxiway centre line eventually. And we'll start the engines. We'll start the engines once we are there. Going to have to do a little bit of forwards and backwards, I think. Pushback Express doesn't want to stop. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. I think we'll just we'll stop there. Please stop. Please stop moving. Hooray! I think that stopped, isn't it?
Pushback completed.
Yes.
Set the parking brakes, please.
Etty Gaming, yes I am. I'll be asking the
Roger.
first question
Okay,
once
the
we
bar
are
is disconnected and
in the air.
equipment is clear. We will see you on the right side with the pit.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
Okay, so we've got all of this sorted out. We could check all of the ICAS pages, but I think that's something you would probably rather do in your own time rather than watching me do it. Hydraulic pumps are sorted, parking brake is set. Right, engine start. This is where we find out if I've forgotten anything. It's really straightforward. We're going to start the right engine first. We'll push the start button. You can see the sound of the packs decreasing as the bleed is redirected to the engine. We're going to watch the N2 first of all. And when that gets to 20%, I know Networker Express. I'm slightly unconvinced by his French accent. It almost sounds like they've got a non-French speaker to put on a French accent to me. Right, so we're above 20% now. ITT's below 100. So we flick this little red switch and move the thrust lever up to the idle detent. And then it'll start. This plane looks rubbish. It isn't rubbish. I like it quite a lot so far. Robert, hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. You haven't missed much. We're just getting the plane started up. Yeah, exactly like something out of Hello Hello. I haven't asked it yet, Casper. We're going to ask that question once we're in the air. So you'll have from the moment I ask the question until I shut down the engines at Paris Orly to type your answer into the chat. And this first flight is for the Aerosoft copy, the Aerosoft freebie. The other two will be money transfers via PayPal, because there's no way to buy a product for someone else on Aerosoft's web shop. So that's engine 2 stable, and we'll do exactly the same with engine 1. And while that starts, I'll check my notes in the hope that I can avoid messing anything up. So I have recorded a tutorial video on this aircraft, sort of a basic how do you get the plane from A to B flight as realistically as possible. But it took a very, very long time for me to do it without cocking anything up. So yeah, don't expect perfection, as I said earlier. Ribbon, there are. Exactly, Willie. You can't wait to see the liveries that people make for it. Yeah. To be honest, I don't think the liveries look bad. I've looked at, not all of them, but most of them. We don't know yet, Kevin. I certainly don't know. Someone knows. Matthias probably knows. But I don't. There's a ding, and there's the last of our warnings disappeared. So, after start flow, we're going to make sure that the generator switches are in auto, and they are. We're going to turn on the cross-flow auto override. Bleed valves are set to auto. We're going to turn the APU off, so we're going to press the start and stop button. And then we look for something down here, but I can't remember what. Oh, we think we'd actually just wait for it to stop. So we'll wait for it to stop, and then we'll press the other button. In the meantime, I can't read my writing. Check aircon, no lights. Okay, we'll check the aircon and make sure there are no lights. Yeah, there are no lights there, that's good. Probes on and check anti-ice. We don't need any anti-ice, but we will put the probes on up here. We are going to push the power and fuel button now because the APU has stopped. And you can see our indication has gone away there. We're going to check the AC electrical page to make sure that the generators are green, and they are. Then we're going to check the DC page to make sure that the TRUs are powered. And they are. Don't ask me what TRU stands for. I did have a whole page of acronyms and I've lost it. I can't remember. The CRJ isn't out yet. The CRJ is going to be released at some point today, but we don't know when. This is a pre-release build that Aerosoft gave me. Yes, I can imagine that must be... that's not great if you're coming onto the stream and seeing me flying and thinking, oh, it's out, it's out. I'm sorry, it's not out yet. But hopefully not too much longer to wait. Right, after start checklist, we're going to set our flaps to 8, which is 2 clicks. And you can see the flap setting down here. And the flap lever, for those of you who like to do things by hand, is down here. We would do a flight control check, but I can guarantee you the flight controls will be fine. And then we can press stat if we need to box the messages, but we won't bother with that either. Okie dokie, let's move back to the EFB. Do the after start checklist, which is basically what I've just read from my piece of paper, more or less. Going to arm the nose wheel steering, otherwise we won't be able to move. Going to have a quick look at the taxi checklist. Trims are in the green and checked. Thrust reversers. I'm not going to arm them at the moment. We should do by rights, but because I'm relying on a joystick slider for my throttle, I end up going into reverse thrust when I don't want to. What will be the price? I think it's about $50 US, something like that. The difference between the 550 and the 700 is that the 550, they've basically got the same shell, I believe, but the 550 is a newer variant that only United Airlines bought, which has fewer seats. Good morning, Giuseppe. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to transform a rectifier unit. Thank you very much, Pete. That does ring a bell. And Andy. Gosh, we've got some knowledgeable people on here. I'm even more under pressure than I thought. Hello, LDR. Welcome. Lovely to see you. Glad you're on a rest day. It's a good day for it. How do you enter the giveaway? Everything you need to know is in the video description and the attached terms and conditions document. So it's in short, it's not open yet. But I'll be asking a question after we take off, and everyone who answers it correctly will be in with a chance of winning this first copy. Going to turn the taxi light on. Can't remember, there it is. Taxi light is now on. And we're going to start taxiing to the runway, which is always the hardest part of any flight for me. Which runway do we want to take off from? 30, right, we said. So, okay, straight ahead and turn left. Just get my track IR set up so I can look around. We'll release the parking brakes. Try and keep the N1 under 30% if possible, and our speed under 15 knots. I'll try, Keith. I said at the beginning, for those of you who weren't here, I am not yet very good at flying this plane. There is every chance I'll mess something up. And you're just going to have to deal with it. Yes, you can do holdings, Chris. It's certainly got a hold page, which looks like it works. I haven't personally tested it out yet, but I believe you can. And we're going to taxi all the way to the holding point before I do the before takeoff checklist, so that I can concentrate on it. No auto throttle in this plane. It's true, Aditya. It's true. I don't like to make these things too hard. The answers are quite easily Googleable to all of the questions I'm asking, but perhaps not quite as obvious as some of my previous giveaways. I want people to feel like they've achieved something when they ask them right, when they answer them correctly. About 10 people dropped off when the plane started moving. That's weird, isn't it? We don't know what time the release is. We don't know. Only Aerosoft know that, I think. So it really does handle beautifully on the ground. You can taxi it very accurately. Probably partly because you're supposed to taxi at 15 knots rather than up to 30 like the A320 for example, but whatever, it's good. It is very realistic, isn't it? Performance I found absolutely brilliant. I certainly haven't noticed any drop in performance. I couldn't swear to it because I haven't measured my frame rate, but I would say this aircraft performs better than the A32NX. Could we hear the sound of the engines? Yes, absolutely. Hello Christopher, welcome to the stream. How are you? We need 500 viewers before we take off. I think I've got more than I can cope with already, Jenny. Does the TCAS work? I honestly don't know the answer to that because I haven't flown with either VATSIM live traffic or what's the other option? VATSIM live traffic? Don't know. That's it, isn't it? Really? I don't know. It certainly has a TCAS button which you can tell is engaged when you've got these little white lines sticking out. Is there a Qantas Link livery? I don't believe so, no. Thank you, Jenny, I appreciate it. Do 500 people fit in the CRJ? Well, I don't imagine any of you are very comfortable, put it that way. So I'm just using the throttle slider on my T16000M joystick. How did I get the reverse thrust on it? Well, by default, the sort of the bottom of the range of movement on the slider is full reverse. You can tweak it in the settings on the EFB, but I don't think you can totally turn it off. When do you retract flap after takeoff? It's on a different page. You're asking a lot of me. Hold on. And I'm flipping the wrong way. So you go to flaps 1 when you pass 180 knots and to flaps 0 as you pass 200 knots. That's a sort of rule of thumb, I think. I imagine it depends a little on your weight and performance, etc. They're 530 viewers. Good group. I'm glad I'm not looking at the viewing figures. Well, welcome to all of you. Do make sure you subscribe because otherwise you won't be eligible to win the prizes in the competitions. And yeah, thank you for being here. We'll get the first competition underway shortly. In the meantime, make sure you read the rules and the way you enter in the video description and the terms and conditions. I think I also need to say that YouTube aren't sponsoring or endorsing this competition, and they have no liability for it whatsoever. And nor do Aerosoft. Right, hold on. Before... Oh, okay, wrong page. Right, let's do the before takeoff checklist, I guess. So we'll move back over here. There it is. Lights and strobes to on. Well, we'll assume that we've been cleared to line up and take off, so we'll put the landing lights on. Ordinarily, you'd just put the strobe lights on at this point and only put the landing lights on when you're actually cleared to take off. Flight attendant have been advised. Fuel cross flow should be set to manual. Yes, it is. Transponder and TCAS, well, we don't really need to bother about that, but because you know there's no one else about, but let's push the TCAS button and make sure we're set to auto, and we are, and we can turn on, where's the knob I'm looking for? There we are, this one. There we are, that will turn on our transponder. You can see it says standby at the moment. Turn it to the left or right and it goes green to show it's active. We can also turn the backup radio tuning panel to standby. And now I am going to arm my thrust reversers, which I should have done before taxiing, but as I say, it stops me accidentally going into reverse thrust. And you can hear them deploying because my throttle was down at the bottom. So I'm going to talk you through the takeoff, more for myself than you really. We're going to maintain forward pressure on the yoke until 80 knots. Then we're going to pitch 15 to 20 degrees nose up to try and maintain V2 plus 10. From 600 feet we're allowed to engage the autopilot, and then we can accelerate to 250 knots after we pass 10,000 feet. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm not going to remember all of that. But let's line up for now. Aerofly, I hope you don't have too much longer to wait. Looking forward to the Toulon landing. Yeah, I haven't actually landed there yet. I have been doing a lot of Air France hop flights, but not the next one. Why cross fuel to manual? Pass. You'll need to check the manual for that. I honestly can't remember, and I'm not going to guess for you. Evidence, please. Hi. First draw is going to be once we are in the air for this flight, and then for subsequent flights it will be much the same. So we're going to do one giveaway per leg. It comes with loads of manuals, Kurt. Really, really good manuals. Thank you, LDR. I hope so. What do I mean I hope so? Of course I won't be giving away a real CRJ, but I hope it keeps growing. Just going to reduce our range a little bit. Thought I'd set the parking brakes, but I hadn't. And I'm just going to familiarise myself with the SID. It looks like we do quite a sharp turn after takeoff here. Yeah, we do. So we turn right after 420 feet to heading 053. Do you know what? I'm going to set that heading, I think. Normally you would sync yourself to the runway heading, but instead I'm going to sync it to the heading we want to turn to and use takeoff mode for guidance during the takeoff. Don't ask me if that's something that would happen in the real world, but it makes sense to me at the moment. Okay, right. Yeah, there's a lot of nail biting going on in my house as well as we wait for me to get in the air, Tristan. Very keen not to mess it up. Performance is very good. When's the draw going to be? Once we are in the air. Make sure you read the video description for everything you need to know about how you win and how you claim the prize. Okay, so we're going to press the top screw here, which will set takeoff, which will give us a pitch indication on the PFD. I think we're ready. Should we do this? Let's do this. So we'll release the parking brake. It's very exciting. I still get excited every time I take this aircraft off. Increase the throttle. Make sure the engines are stable at about 50 to 60% of N1, and they are. And up to the toga detent. .80 knots, release the pressure on the yoke, and it is it's being blown over to the right quite a lot. There's V1 and rotate. I've got full left rudder on at the moment, and positive rate at last. Gear up. There's 180 knots, flaps to 1, and our flight director's disappeared because we have a little bit of a break in the flight plan. But never mind. Going to turn on heading mode and speed mode, and we're going to accelerate to 250 knots. This is where it all gets a bit tasty and there's a lot to do at once. So I'm going to engage the autopilot and go back to setting my speed. There we are, 250 knots, and flaps up, passing 200 knots. And now we're in speed and heading mode. The flight directors should adjust our speed by adjusting our pitch and get us climbing up to our cruising altitude. And let's have a little look outside. Do you know, Ben, there are no wing views. There are no default wing views. Which is a real shame because the cabins look lovely. I will at some point, assuming the release version doesn't have them added, do custom wing views for the first time in my life to make sure you've got them on future flights. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, we've passed through our transition altitude, so we're going to set standard pressure of 1013, and we're going to set nav to follow our course, and the aircraft should turn to follow it. And I'm going to increase the range so it looks a lot less like I forgot to do that a long time ago and looks like we're pretty much on our flight plan route. Welcome on board. Welcome on board. How many percentage of the cockpit is functional? Pretty much everything. Pretty much everything works. Well, they might have done, Tom. They might have done, but they certainly aren't in this pre-release version. Blue mesh. Okay, okay. Which Airbus are you releasing? Careful, where are you going? You can't leave. No, you can leave if you want, but it's nice to have you here briefly. I know. Oh, I see about the wing view. Yeah. Sorry. I've just got it. I'm glad you're not really leaving. Can't cope with these things without you here. Right, let's do our climb checklist. So we'll set the fuel crossflow to auto. We will disengage or disarm our thrust reversers. Check the CAS. Sitira, thank you very much indeed for the donation. Much appreciated. And I'm really sorry you're not getting my nice new tune play. Oh, let's turn the alert box back on, see if we can make it work. I was getting a lot of things repeating from weeks and weeks and weeks ago. There you go. Thank you for that. Okay, well, as we are climbing out, I think it's probably time to do the first giveaway. So just a reminder, this is the Aerosoft free version, the version that Aerosoft have donated that we're giving away during this flight. And all you have to do to be in with a chance of winning it is to answer the following question. What does the C in CRJ stand for? What does the C in CRJ stand for? Type the answer in the chat, and the winner will be drawn by Nightbot at random after we've landed and shut down the engines at Paris-Orly. Wow. I knew none of you were really interested in the flight. You just wanted to win. That's incredible. That is incredible. I've never seen the chat move so fast. Only one entry per person. However many times you type it, it's still only going to give you one entry. And do please check out the terms and conditions. They're quite easy to read and they're linked to in the video description. Okay, I'm going to get on with flying the plane while you get on with answering the question. The thing that I always forget to do is sync the heading to our current heading. I'm not sure I'll ever get the hang of that. We're now well above 10,000 feet, so we can increase our target speed to... and we should have put the thrust levers into the climb detent quite a long time ago as well. Increase the target speed to 290, which is our target climb speed. Are the systems integrated in the CRJ like the Just Flight Piper 28? How do you mean? Which systems are you referring to? Can turn off our landing lights, and we can turn off the seatbelt because it's nice and clear. So you'll notice the aircraft's dropped its nose to accelerate up to 290 knots, and once we get there it's going to pitch up again to keep our climb going. The instant the stream ends, the viewer count plummets. Well, this is why I'm doing 3 separate giveaways, you see, so people have to stick around because I'm cruel like that. An update from the forum: over 221 pages of posts and a whole lot more broken F5 keys. Wow, thank you for the update. I hope people don't have to wait too much longer. Oh, I forgot to say, do make sure you're subscribed if you're entering the competition. You must be subscribed to be in with a chance of winning. Right, I can actually concentrate on some of what you're saying now. Pablo. If people enter more than once, they still only get 1 entry. It's Nightbot will filter that out. Right. Yeah, I'm using manual thrust. Yep. So basically, during the climb, you just leave it in the climb detent here, and the aircraft will adjust the pitch to maintain whatever speed you've set it to. But when you're cruising or descending in vertical speed mode, then you need to manually deal with the thrust levers to make sure that you don't get too fast or too slow. Does it exist a failure management system? I don't think so, Frank. You were sitting ready with the full CRJ manual. I'm impressed. You might need it for the 3rd question, Simon. You might need it. They get progressively harder, I think. Can you see the rear part with the passengers? You can see it from drone mode, and you can see it if you set up your own custom views. But I haven't had a chance. I've spent the whole week basically making videos and learning to fly the thing. Not necessarily in that order, but this is what the cabin looks like. It's ever so loud when you're looking at it in drone view. This is what the gear well looks like as well. So yeah, it will be possible to add your own custom wing views, I'm sure. What else have I missed? What's the question again? The question was, what does the C stand for in CRJ? And I'll get Nightbot to repeat that as well. Okay, that should start popping up at 15-minute intervals. What's my impression on this plane so far? I think it's really good. I think it's really good. I've enjoyed flying it a lot. It's not perfect. Sitira, I think that's just your old donation repeating. Either way, thank you very much. So I found a few problems with it, but I've loved it. I've loved flying it. It's really nice to have a proper plane to get your teeth into. And yeah, I would certainly recommend it. Garlic Games, hello, hello. So that's alright, Tristan, I've just seen it. Can I list the liveries? I'm not sure of the liveries off the top of my head, but I think there's at least an Air France, a Lufthansa Regional, a Delta SkyWest livery, another Delta livery, an American Eagle livery. Those are the ones I remember seeing, but I think that has been mentioned on the forum, so you're best to check up there. Oh, you're reinstalling, Rob? Yeah, that's a long, hefty download. Pilot guy, thank you very much. That is my hope, that people aren't just here for the freebie. Colin, yeah, the passengers would terrify you. I don't, sorry Satira, I think that was 3 minutes ago. If you shut the engine down wrong, it doesn't start up properly. I don't think it's got that level of detail, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. LDR. Yeah, if Nightbot fails, that may well happen. Can the airplane fly holdings? I think so. Can I show the contrails? I'm not sure if there are any. I haven't noticed any. No contrails at the moment, I don't think. I don't know if that's to do with the atmospheric conditions or if... Oh no, there are slight... You can see slight contrails. You can. I can anyway. You might not be able to at 720p. I don't know. Gosh, I just can't keep up with all this chat. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, the first giveaway will be drawn once I land in Paris. Will the paid subscribers get 2 entries? No, I would quite like to do that, Christopher, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal. I think if there's any question of entry being anything other than free, I think it counts as an illegal lottery, which is why I don't do that, I'm afraid. You don't need correct caps. No, it doesn't matter. Nightbot is not case sensitive. Flight's about 1 hour and 10 minutes long. We don't know when the CRJ is releasing at the moment. No, it's not out now as far as I'm aware. This is a pre-release copy. What problems have I seen so far? So I've had a few autopilot problems with it struggling to make the turns. It sort of overcorrects and then banks left and right. I've done a quick review video which I'd recommend you watch after this flight. I had an approach problem where I engaged, well, a descent problem where I engaged vertical speed and it didn't engage. That might have been me doing something wrong. So I'm reluctant to say all the problems because I'm not an expert at flying it. But yeah, watch my first impressions review video after the stream, and you can get a good feel for what I think of it and what the problems I've experienced are. I never had the CRJ 700 for FSX. Oliver, thank you. I'm glad you're going to stick around. Oh, I've missed so much. I don't think I can ever catch up with this chat. I'm just going to go back to live. And yeah, if I've missed your question, I'm sorry. Do feel free to ask again. Yes, so there's advisory VNAV on the aircraft. You'll see it in action during our descent. And funnily enough, the climb is the easiest part of the flight to take a toilet break. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll be back momentarily. And I'm back. 492 viewers. Wow, that's incredible. I did remember to turn my mic off. I don't always. But fortunately I don't fly in the bathroom, so it doesn't matter too much. This isn't lifetime in game, no. This is when the flight really flew, essentially. So we were supposed to take off at 11:30 local, which is 10:30 Zulu. It's now 11:05, so we took off slightly late, but I tend to simulate flights at the time they were flown in the real world. I've used the default setting for my throttle. Yeah, that's why during the climb it's far easier, because it will maintain the speed. During the cruise you could come back to absolute catastrophe. Any top of descent calculations for the CRJ? It does it for you. I don't know, we should be able to see it fairly soon. If we increase the range, then you'll see we have a little green dot where our top of descent is. And if we go to the MFD menu page and change the window setting to VNAV, then we get a lot of information up here. So it gives us our planned altitudes for different waypoints, our ETA to our destination, and it will also show us how far we've got to go until the top of descent when we get closer. I did wash my hands, Mr. Zambu, yes. Yes, you have to manually control the speed during the cruise and descent. During the climb you can set a speed and the aircraft will essentially control it by managing your pitch. Any quirks so far? One or two. I've done a sort of first impressions review video which you can watch after this, which shows you basically my experiences, but I'm very new to the aircraft. I don't know if they are bugs or if they are something I've done wrong. But overall it's really good, it flies beautifully. Boeing and Airbus do use top of descent dots, just not in the sim. We don't know, Bahamian, we don't know yet, I don't think. I certainly don't. Who else is here for the crash? Luke, you disappoint me. You disappoint me. There will be no crash. I hope. I have asked the question, I'll ask the question again. What does the C in CRJ stand for? Type that in the chat and you'll be in with a chance of winning the Aerosoft freebie copy of the CRJ. And to get your hands on it, all you need to do is drop me an email. I'll give you my email address after the draw. I'll send you instructions for how to claim it. The seat is a bit low. Might be, you might be right. It's probably a little better, isn't it? If we have a look at these little knobs up here, they should be lined up. But it's how I've got used to flying it, so I'm going to carry on using it for now. I've got enough chance of things going wrong without changing my views. So we're very nearly at our cruising altitude of flight level 380 now. Just to repeat the question, what does the C stand for in CRJ? One word answer only. Hello Aria, welcome to the stream. I don't know what time it's releasing, I'm afraid. Hello the Mido, welcome. And as I say all the time, both now and in the tutorial, it's very important to sync your heading bug after each turn. And I never remember to do it. Something else I forgot to do is switch over to Mach hold mode. The aircraft does do it, but it doesn't do it automatically at the right time. So we're now trying to maintain Mach 0.75, whereas actually we want to be maintaining Mach 0.74. So we can slow down just a smidge, and that's our optimal cruising speed. Hello Talal. Good, I'm quite excited for the giveaways as well. What's the heading bug for? So at the moment, as you can see, we're flying in nav mode, which means that the aircraft is going to follow the white line on our map if we are in FMS mode, which we are now, or if we were flying a course to a VOR, say, it would follow that instead. Heading mode just means that the aircraft's going to fly whatever heading you set. And the reason we sync the bug when we make a turn is just in case anything goes wrong with the LNAV essentially, and then we can just press heading mode and away we go. How and why did I get the aircraft early? Well, I asked Aerosoft for a copy because I've done quite a few reviews of various add-ons, and I was very keen to do a preview stream or two, which was the original plan, but that plan changed. So instead I made some content, and I'm able to do this flight now before it's released. Are there snakes on my plane? Not that I'm aware of, but if there are, I'd rather not know about it. Please do a hold. Alright. I won't do one on this flight because I want to get this first giveaway done, but on the next flight we'll see how the hold mode works. That's a good idea. Are the two FMS separated? Yes, they are. Yep, they are. So we can get the legs page up on the first officer's side one, and the direct intercept page up on this one. This page will give us, when we get closer to the top of descent, our planned descent rates in between the different waypoints. Yo clutch, I don't know what time it'll be released. Hold VNAV offset. Okay, so on the second flight, as I say, we'll try and do a hold of some sort. There's no giveaway command. All you have to do is answer the question in the chat, and the question is, what does the C stand for in CRJ? Excellent, Gilbert. Good. How's the FFS the FPS compared to the A320? I think it's slightly better. I haven't actually measured it, but I'm finding the performance very smooth, and I think it's smoother than what I had before with the Airbus. Is it difficult to comprehend the CRJ systems? Yeah, I have to say, when I first got this aircraft and I looked at the tutorial flight and I looked at the other manuals, it was a bit overwhelming at first. What I'd suggest you do, but then I would say this, is check out the Buy It and Fly It tutorial flight that I've filmed and put up on my channel this morning. That gives you the bare bones basics of how to get the plane from A to B. And yeah, and so you can fly it fairly realistically without really having much knowledge of the systems at all, just by doing what I do. And then once you've got that, a few flights under your belts, and you want to learn more, then either look at the tutorial manual or look at the dude's fantastic in-depth tutorial videos. That is what I'd suggest. How long till we land / crash? About 29 minutes. Is this going to be on the in-game store? I think so. I think that's the plan, that Aerosoft and Microsoft will release it at the same time. Pieces of food and dust lying. I haven't noticed any. It does look pretty shiny, I have to say. There's not much wear and tear. Although the seats are a little bit discoloured and yuck looking. So there is that. So yeah, now we're at cruising altitude. I'm just making small adjustments to my throttles to try and maintain Mach 0.74. This channel is fun. Thank you, Liam10 Plays. Glad you're enjoying it. How realistic is it? Well, I've never flown one in real life, so I don't know, to be honest. But to me it feels pretty realistic, and I'm yet to find anything that is in-op. Oh no, that's not true. It doesn't have working terrain or weather radars. Demetrius, hello, I didn't see you there. You're not the first to make that suggestion, but that is not the second question. We don't know what time it's coming out. I don't believe it's out yet. I certainly haven't heard it is. The question was, what does the C stand for in CRJ? How is the night lighting in it? Pretty good. In fact, our last flight was scheduled to arrive at 17:44, so it should be fairly dusky by then, so hopefully you'll get a chance to see it. How do you see what you wrote in the chat? You just have to scroll up, but I don't think you can scroll up all the way. Just write it again. Oh, did they as often? Shh. I hadn't heard that. So the beauty of this aircraft compared with the CJ4 is that there's a very big gap between the speed that you're supposed to fly it at and the overspeed. So if I take my eye off the ball for a minute, we get a little bit fast, but we don't overspeed, which is good. Thank you, Nightbot. About time. About time you showed up. Yeah, I know. So many people watching, it's crazy. The winner gets announced after we shut down the engines at Paris-Orly. Thank you, Ben, for your help. You're right, yeah. If you include anything other than the one word that the C stands for in CRJ, then your entry won't be counted. There are sort of, I've saw the hint of contrails. But I don't anymore. I've got to be honest, in all of my flights I didn't think to check for them, but I certainly haven't actively noticed them. Yeah, if you look from this angle, you can see a little bit. So I think it's down to the atmospheric conditions. Can you see that? There's a line there, and there's a line there. And there's a plane and the sun, both of which look very nice. Flight Sim Simon, hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. My performance has been really very good. I haven't noticed any drop in performance with this compared with the A32NX. So this is one of those things I was talking about. You'll notice that the aircraft has struggled with that left turn. It's oversteered slightly, and now it's banking to get back on course. But it's a pre-release version, might not do that in the release version, and if it does, well, it's not the end of the world really, is it? I would not say that the release has any link to my stream whatsoever. I'm just not that important. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know much about contrails, Dazza, but I think they do have a lot to do with the air temperature. The SAT's minus 61 at the moment. So yeah, again, it's struggling a little bit to follow the flight plan line. I don't know why. Might be crosswinds, but we've got a 54 knot slight crosswind. I've noticed it in clear weather as well, or with a direct headwind. I don't know who Gilbert Flies is. I've never met him before, but he's obviously set himself up based on my name, and you know, you can't fail to be flattered by that, can you? Really? Hello Andres, welcome to the stream. Bigly, yeah, I know. Hablas español? I only speak a little, I'm afraid. Gilbert Drive. Oh no, I'm going to steer well clear of that. That's a... So everything you need to know about the giveaway is in the video description down below, all the details, but to enter the contest you need to answer the following question for this flight. What does the C stand for in CRJ? Just type that one word answer into the chat and the winner will be drawn after we shut down the engines at Paris-Orly. Right, so as we approach the top of descent, I'm going to do a few things to set up for the arrival. First thing I'm going to do is set the landing elevation. Now I'm going to pop out this panel by alt and right clicking on it, but for some reason you can't see it. So I'm just going to set the landing elevation and then I'll show you on the main panel. It's going to be 280. Well, it's 287, but we'll set it to 280. Close the popped out panel, which you couldn't see, and that's where the landing elevation has turned up. Do I know how to speak German? Nur ein bisschen, leider. Ich habe es in der Schule studiert, aber ich habe zu viel vergessen. And that really is about the limit of what I can think to say. Hello William, nice of you to join us. Welcome to the stream. And I hope your lunch break is going swimmingly. What time is it? You said about 13:20. Oh, spot on. Spot on. Good luck. Yeah, thank you, William. Yeah, it's nice to see so many here. Gutes Deutsch. Thank you, Tim. No, I don't know any Russian. Oh, I know a few words. I'm not going to start going through the languages. I'm not going to go down that path. What time are they releasing? I don't know, Simon. I don't know. No, I haven't even. Yeah, I've got no idea at all. Someone in the chat mentioned 12 o'clock midday somewhere in America, which would sort of imply 1900 here, but I don't know. I don't know where they got that from or how accurate it is. No, I'm not flying on VATSIM. I decided it would be too much to try and run a giveaway, fly a plane that I'm not very confident with, and talk to ATC. So it's just me on my own in the sky today. To be honest, makes quite a nice change. The plane's going to be swimming. I can speak a few words of Italian. Can I speak British? Yeah, I can. Great vids. Oh, thank you, Martin. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate the compliment. What else was I going to do or say? Oh yes, do make sure those of you who have entered the competition that you are subscribed to the channel, because otherwise your entry won't be counted, unfortunately. Let's do the descent checklist. This is normally done during the descent, but I like to do it in advance because then it's one less thing to think about. We've got to set our landing speeds now, so we'll go back to the performance page, and they've been calculated here. So we're going to press set all, and our VREF is going to be 141 knots. That's all we have to do for that. Easy peasy. Can set them yourself just as you can with the takeoff speeds, but why would you? My Scottish accent is dreadful, I'm afraid. Absolutely dreadful. Do I know any Afrikaans? Only the word braai, that's it. Which I'm probably pronouncing wrong. I did know a few words. I mean, no, I don't speak Afrikaans. I'm not going to try and do a Scottish accent. It's embarrassing. It is. So the avionics are very similar to the CJ4, so slightly older version. But yes, if you know how to use the CDUs, etc. in the CJ4, that's going to stand you in good stead for flying this one. What's the question? The question is, what does the C in CJ... Sorry, not in CJ4. No, let me start again. The question is, what does the C in CRJ stand for? I'm not doing American accent. I'm hopeless at that. Some days I'm better at accents than others. Today is not one of those days, I don't think. I can feel it. I can feel it'll go wrong. It'll morph. I'll start off trying to do an American accent and it'll morph. Plus, I don't want to offend anyone. Thank you, Kaffel. And make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you want to be in with a chance of winning. Why did the airplane get sent to Israel in bad attitude? Very good, very good. So we're approaching Ardal now, which is our last waypoint before our top of descent. And now's a good time to start planning for the descent. And as I said, the DIA INTC page, which I think stands for Direct Intercept, I'm not 100% sure, I think I said something else for INTC on my tutorial. Anyway, whatevs. That page gives you descent guidance. So when we pass our top of descent, this is the first vertical speed that we're going to set. I've let the speed get a little bit low, so I'm going to bring the throttles up again to speed us up. And because we are in altitude select mode, we can lower our altitude to 10,000 feet or whatever we want, and the aircraft will stay exactly where we are for now. And the tutorial volume 3 of the manual suggests starting by lowering it to 10,000 feet so you don't accidentally go below that when you're still faster than 250 knots. So that's what I'm going to do. Alright, Robert, I'll look forward to that. Oh, I don't bother with the FSA Microsoft Flight Simulator ATC. It's I tried it fairly recently actually on my Club Filbert Silver members only stream and gave up on it very quickly. It's pretty hopeless. The thing does have a HUD. Yeah, it does. This is what the HUD looks like. I haven't tried it yet. I don't know how to set it up. Where's the click spot? It was coming down all the time yesterday. Yeah, there we are. So yeah, that's what the HUD looks like. And that's something I still need to learn about. Hello Paradiski. So the giveaway works by you answering a question, and the winner gets drawn after we shut down the engines at Orly, and then we'll repeat that for the other two flights. The question for this flight is, what does the C stand for in CRJ? You just have to type the answer, one word, in the chat. Yeah, it's true, SimPilot, it's true. And we're very close to the top of descent now, so I'm going to engage vertical speed mode, but I'm going to leave it set to 0. And then as soon as we pass the top of descent, I'll be able to dial in that initial descent rate, which is going to be 1,800 feet per minute, give or take. I'm just letting the speed come back ever so slightly. Yeah, the HUD does appear to decapitate the pilot when it's engaged, but my seating position, as someone pointed out earlier, is a little bit low. Right, so we got the white snowflake, so it's time to start down. Wrong wheel. This is, I don't know if you can see this because I have an ultra-wide monitor, but this is the vertical speed dial, and we're going to select 1.8 to start off with. And then the aim of the game is to basically match your vertical speed to this blue donut here, and match your altitude to the white snowflake here. Something else I'm going to do before we get too much lower is turn on the anti-ice, because we are going to be descending through a cloud layer. So cowl anti-ice to on. Yes, right. So the in-game time is set as close as possible to when the real-world flight flew. The overlay at the top is real-world Zulu time. And if you want to know how much longer we've got to go, this is the best place to look. So we should be down in 17 minutes, give or take. So you can see we're a little bit high, and our blue donut says we need to descend faster. And it's currently recommending 2,300 feet per minute down there. So we'll increase our rate of descent. I don't know, Cassian, I'm afraid. There's a first time to for everything, Paradiski. Yeah, there's not been... The answer spam has got less, but I will reiterate, you only get one entry however many times you type the answer. How do you get the plane? Well, at the moment you don't, because it hasn't been released. I got a pre-release copy a week ago today, was it? Yeah, a week ago today. So that's how I have the plane, and I'm very grateful to Aerosoft for having given me one. But it is going to be released today, we just don't know at what time. Yeah, it's tiny, the cockpit, isn't it? Was the add-on worth it? Is the add-on worth it? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I've done a 5-minute review video, which I'd recommend you watch after this flight, or after this stream, and that'll basically show you warts and all what I've found over my week of flying it. I've got my FPS locked to 30, and I'm maintaining that at the moment. I haven't noticed any major performance hit with this. In fact, if anything, I'd say it's lighter on the performance hit than the A320. Mark, hello, welcome to the stream. You just have to type the one-word answer in the chat to be in with a chance of winning. Right, so I'm getting a little bit fast and a little bit above my descent profile. So we're going to just increase our rate of descent and reduce our throttle, pull our throttles back a little bit. And for the next leg we want to be descending at 1400 feet per minute once we pass the next waypoint. So we can actually reduce the rate of descent now to smooth that out a little bit. Very nice 109 Squadron. I don't know when it's out yet, David, I'm afraid. You're going for heavy non-bounce landing. Okay, I think that's a reasonable guess, actually. I think that's a reasonable guess. So the question is, for your chance to win the first copy that I'm giving away today, what does the C stand for in CRJ? So also during the descent I'm going to get set up for the approach. The ILS frequency should be tuned automatically, but in case it isn't, we're going to put it in the RTU now, and it is 111.75, and we're going to leave that in the pre-selector just in case it doesn't auto-tune later on. Have another look at our descent checklists, make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Don't think I have. One thing I should have done, oh, I did do it. I thought I'd forgotten to disarm the thrust reversers, but I'm on fire today, other than remembering to sync my heading. Famous last words. That was proper famous last words, isn't it? How does it fly? Is it more fun than the A320? That's an interesting question. Is it more fun? Well, after flying the A380 for months and months and months, the A380, the A320, Yes, I'd say it is more fun. It's certainly more complex. It's a lot more hands-on. As you can see, I'm having to monitor my descent rate, my speed, my heading. So yeah, there's a lot more to it than flying the A320. As to whether it's more fun, it probably depends a little bit on what sort of planes you like to fly. You don't know how I can have smooth scrolling. You've got a dedicated computer, high FPS, the clouds aren't smooth. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know either. Show A380 plane. See, one day I will. Yeah, I'm lucky. You can see my system settings in the video description. No, you can't, because I ran out of characters. If anyone's able to if you go to any of my previous videos, at the bottom of the description, there's a link to an image of my settings. That might be of help to you. I don't know. I haven't got everything on Ultra. I've got a variety of settings. I think the FPS are better. That's my perception. But I haven't actually measured them. It just feels slightly smooth. I would certainly say it's a proper competitor airliner to the A320. Yeah. Yeah, I would call it it's a regional airliner. Thank you. Yeah, so those are Ben, thank you. You're a gentleman. That link that Ben's posted there will show you my current graphics settings. Obviously, whether they work for you will depend a lot on your hardware, and a little bit just on random luck, I think, with MSFS. So we're coming up to a speed restriction here of 280 knots. Oh, I hate that. I just scrolled something accidentally. I don't know what I did. Hopefully it won't break anything. So I'm going to move the speed bug down to 280 and let the speed bleed off a little bit. No, the default ATC is not good. Not good at all. No FPS hit that I've noticed. When are we rolling the giveaway? So the first giveaway winner will be announced after the engines are shut down at Paris-Orly. And that'll be the process for the other two legs as well. I'll ask the question after we take off. I'll announce the winner after we have landed and switched the engines off. And you can see that we're heading for a 180 or below altitude constraint. And we're just ever so slightly high, so I'm going to increase the descent rate to try and match with what the CDU is telling us, which is 1800 feet per minute. Hello Qubit, welcome to the stream. I'm using Nightbot for the giveaway. So all the details about the giveaway are in the video description down below. And do make sure you've read the terms and conditions document as well, which explains how you will receive the prize, basically. That's couple of disclaimers, but the most important bit for you is how you'll receive the prize. And this first giveaway is for the Aerosoft complimentary copy. I'm sorry, Airshark, I can't. Yeah, it's true. When you put it like that, Izako, things are definitely pretty good right now in MSFS, aren't they? What is the flight? We're flying from Montpellier to Paris-Orly. To enter, you answer the question, what does the C stand for in CRJ, and type the answer in the chat. So there we are, bang on 180-ish as we pass our 180 or below altitude constraint. And we want to be at flight level 120 or below and at 250 knots by the next waypoint. I'm not flying on VATSIM. No, not for the time being. Too much to think about with flying the plane and the giveaway. Do you know, I'm planning on doing New York to Dublin. I'm planning on doing that in the A320. I was going to do it to celebrate 4,000 subscribers, but then I got tied up with flying the CRJ and never got round to it. But that is something I'd like to do one day. So we can reduce our rate of descent now. 1,500 feet per minute is what's being recommended. There we go. Would I recommend them on Pellier scenery? It's alright. It's not as good as the Toulon scenery though, which I would definitely recommend. That's a lovely airport, as you will see in, I don't know, an hour? No, that's a bit optimistic. An hour and a half you'll see the Toulon scenery, if all goes well. Do it in the CRJ. I could do it in the CRJ. Can it go that far? I don't know. What's the answer to my next question? I can't remember. I don't think it can go that far, but maybe it can. Very entertaining content from you today, 109 Squadron. So I've accidentally increased our rate of descent slightly too much. And what I haven't done is check the METAR lately for Paris. Few clouds at 900 feet, that's the lowest cloud layer. Light rain, oh, it's a bit grim. And wind 230 at 05 knots, so runway 25 still good for us. I rate the performance very highly indeed. I should have mentioned that in my review. I totally didn't think to. Yeah, I think it flies more smoothly than the Airbus, probably. Gavin, you charmer, you. Your favourite sceneries are Cologne and Munich. Where can we buy the Toulon scenery? There's a link in the video description. Yeah, it did a bit. So there's an advisory VNAV in this aircraft, so it'll tell you how fast to go down, but it won't do it for you. Now this is one of the things that I've struggled to understand. We want to be at flight level 120 at Boma, and then flight level 100 at Molba, and then we still want to be at flight level 100 at MLN apparently. But it's giving us a 500 feet per minute descent rate to get from flight level 100 to flight level 100. Anyone know what that's about? Can anyone explain that to me? And we're getting a little bit fast. There are no cabin views. I did show the cabin from drone view a little bit earlier. I'll show it again after we land. But for now, I'm going to keep an eye on my descent. Yeah, the cloud is this good. The cloud is this good. It's one of the best features of this sim, really, is that finally we have actual, impressive, realistic volumetric clouds to fly through. Okay, so we're getting to flight level 120, and I'm going to bring our vertical speed back to 0. Because that's where we want to be. And now we want to be at flight level 100 for the next waypoint, so I'm going to increase our rate of descent again. Didn't really need to bring it back to 0. Don't know why I decided to do that. See, and I've just twiddled a knob accidentally. Don't like it. Going to reduce our altitude down to 3,000 feet where we'll intercept the localizer. Sorry, the glide slope. ILS jobby. Keep our descent coming down. You can buy the Navigraph nav data. I don't think there's a version available for this aircraft yet, but I might be wrong. Thank you, Stainless. That's what I thought. Maybe it's flight level 100 or below, but then you would have thought it would have calculated a smooth descent all the way down to, you know, our next constraint, but it hasn't. In fact, it doesn't show any altitude constraint there at all. Anyway, we'll go with it. I'm happy to keep going down slowly. It's true, Neil. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. The purple banana is worth looking at, but I don't know, because it's not really given me sensible advice. I don't actually know. Well, it's changed its mind to 0 now. That's good. So we'll level off at flight level 100. Give or take. I'm going to decrease the range so we can get a clearer picture of what's going on ahead. I haven't given any away yet. The first one will be given away after we land and the engines are shut off. So I'm doing 1 per flight and I'm doing 3 flights. Yeah, so it's now saying that we are above our vertical profile, but the CDU is telling us that we want to be at flight level 100 MLN. Both those things can't be true. I'm going to keep descending. There we are. Decision made. It's not an altitude constraint. It's just a calculated altitude. So we'll keep following the blue donut. And again, I'm trying to keep the speed at 250. Not doing a great job of it, but hey ho. And I'm still not remembering to sync my heading. There is an inside cabin, Chris. Yeah, I showed it earlier on. Where are the anti-ice? Up here. Cowl anti-ice is on. Wing anti-ice is off. Now, I could do with a little bit of backlighting. Can he remember where all the knobs are? Can he remember where all the knobs are and not ruin the descent? No, probably not. There's definitely one down there somewhere. Here we are. There's this bit more integrated lighting. And there's another one over on the first officer's side somewhere. Let's keep an eye on what we're doing though, eh? Not worry too much about the lighting. Okay, it's going alright. It's going alright. And there's one up. Oh, bit of stuttering going on now. A lot of stuttering going on now. You just right-clicked on the screen to adjust the view. Excellent. Thank you, Dingo. Yeah, Flight Sim will do that for you. It will remind you that you're not as quick at remembering things as you used to be. I swear if I'd made my tutorial video when I was 18, it would have taken half the time and been twice as good. I do have an option to do that, Yanis, but I don't know, I'd feel a bit bad. What if someone didn't remember whether they'd entered or not, and what if Nightbot messed things up? That's my biggest worry with these things. Is the LNAV fixed? It was never broken. It's always worked pretty well for me. I've had the odd little anomaly, but it's pretty good. So you will have noted, well, I don't know if you saw, but there was a loc will be tuned message down there, just like you get on the CJ4. And we have blue needles showing our ILS course. And we are within range, so that's really good. Oh, rain. Grim. I was hoping for some nice weather into Paris today, but never mind. User, you don't know how distracted I am with flying. I very nearly pressed that. I very nearly pressed it. Please activate the option to mute the second, third entries. I don't have an option to mute the second or third entries, I don't think. I just have the option to disqualify anyone who enters more than once. And I don't want to do that. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to start bringing my speed back now. I'm going to do it nice and early so the aircraft doesn't get ahead of me. And I'm going to set 200 knots for now. Sync the heading. There is no weather radar. No, it doesn't work. The cabin tour was shortly after we took off. I don't know what the timestamp was. I'll show you again once we've landed though. Okay, so we're passing our transition level. Press... No, don't press that. It's alright, I got away with it. Press that. And set the local pressure. 1027. Is that what the METAR says? It says 1026, so close enough. So I'm going to keep going with this very gentle descent rate so that we're level at 3,000 feet in plenty of time. That means I'm ignoring the blue donut, which wants us to descend more slowly. So we don't actually have to be level until one of these waypoints along here, but I want to be level early. So the autopilot is I've had a couple of little problems with it. Oh, I've gone into roll mode. How did that happen? That must have been when I pressed the wrong button earlier. We'll go back into nav mode. I think we'll get away with it. Exactly. Some people just want to make sure they entered. I don't want to exclude anyone. Yeah, it is cool with the yoke, isn't it? Oh, I'm miles behind with the chat. FS Avix, yeah, I really like it. I do really like it. No, don't press that button. It should be on every checklist. Yeah, it's true. Talking of checklists, it's okay. So we can start extending our flaps fairly soon. Don't know why this is flashing. And it's selected our altitude, but I didn't ask it to do that. I want to keep going down, please. Why is it climbing? I don't want it to climb, I want it to descend. Okay, it's now descending. I don't know, I pressed something. I think the button you don't want to press is the nav source button, although we're still on FMS1, that didn't change. So, I don't understand. But try not to press anything. Yeah, that's right, stainless. Yeah, the blue donut here is the recommended descent rate to meet the constraints, and I'm slightly overdoing it at the moment. I want to overdo it a little bit, but probably not this much, because in the past I've ended up too high, and so I'm going to look at the pink banana, try and pick a descent rate that gets us to 3,000 feet before we intercept the final approach course. I don't know, London, why. I don't know. Can't remember that either off the top of my head, Casper. I'm afraid. Yeah, yeah. Famous last words. Why is it climbing? Yeah. But the problems with the autopilot, I'm reluctant to call them problems because it may just have been me messing up. I don't think it was. Also, this is a pre-release build, so they might have put some fixes in before the final release. Oh, we haven't set the decision height. Or the MDA, I should say. That is going to be 487 feet above sea level. Don't twist that knob, twist this knob. And not the outer one, the inner one. Why isn't it changing? Ah, because I've put the wrong one on. Going to extend flaps 1, now we're below 2,000 knots. And I'll try and keep it on about 180. As I say, I'm doing everything very slowly at the moment. We'll call it 490, that's as close as we can get. And I'm going to reduce the range. And just as we start our turn, I'm going to engage approach mode. Oh dear, I'm getting fast again. VREF Simmer, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, very kind. Happy release day to you too. Right, I need to find my other page where I've got my landing summary. So, flaps 1 at 190, I did that a little early. Flaps 2 at 180. We have a really high nose attitude considering we are, you know, not climbing. But anyway, there's 180, we'll do flaps 2. And we'll slow down to 170. I'm probably going to miss a lot of chat now, I'm afraid. I really have to concentrate to have any hope at all of getting this down properly. What was our V approach? Or VREF, 141. So I'm going to set that on the speed bug now. And it's descending, but we don't want it to descend yet. Okay, it's captured the glide slope, so yeah, we'll allow it. You can see how glide slope has turned green. That's what the green dot is. This plane certainly does have some attitude. Certainly does. Flaps 20. Gear down. Okay, so now we seem to be intercepting the glide slope properly. Although we're climbing. Oh, Mark, thank you very much. You're welcome for all the reviews. Thank you for your donation. Flaps 40. Yeah, the FD's a bit wonky. We're now... Let's switch nav source, shall we? It's not going terribly well. We're now way above, even though it says we're on the glide slope. We've got glide slope white, so I'm just going to take over manually and try and get this down, I think. It's not... Yeah, I don't know. Is it me? Is it me? Is it the plane? Why is it on Alt S capture when we want it to be on approach? I did arm approach. Let's disarm it and re-engage it. Anyway, we can see the runway now. We're a bit fast. We're going to arm the thrust reversers. See yeah, it's not captured. It's not captured the ILS at all, which is odd.
Sync rate.
Anyway, can see the runway. Going to have a go at a little bit of hand flying, and yeah, may God have mercy on all of us.
1,000.
Visibility's a bit pants, definitely.
Sync rate.
And I'm very much all over the place, but I'm not going around because we've got an aircraft to win. Thank you, whoever's just joined Club Filbert. Fortunately, this is the first of 3 flights, so we've got time to improve on this. I did warn you at the beginning, I'm not yet very good at flying this plane and that things might go wrong. And here we are, proving myself right.
400.
Yeah, I do need to sort out my my view height. Why am I getting too low terrain?
Sink rate.
200. 100.
Full.
This is awful. This is awful.
30.
Too low. Flaps.
Oh, do I not have all my flaps out? This
Too
is
low,
awful.
Flaps.
This is awful.
10.
Never
low,
mind.
flaps.
Got a long runway. There we are, we're down. Considering how it looked like it might end up, that was better than I'd hoped. So thrust reversers are engaged and we're going to brake manually once all the wheels are on the ground, which they are now. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What a first landing. Thank you, whoever's making a sympathy donation. Right, so after landing, we're going to turn off the landing lights, which I forgot to turn on. We're going to turn on the taxi light. We're going to restart the APU, so that one initially, then this one. So that should be starting. We're going to retract the flaps, turn off the strobe light. We'll turn off the flight directors. You and me both, Gavin. You and me both. I think from a passenger's perspective, they'd have been like, oh, that's a nice smooth landing. This guy must know what he's doing. Which obviously is not the case. And nor would I ever claim it was. After landing checklist, yeah, we've done all that. Should probably get some wipers on, shouldn't we? Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. Last opportunity for the final few entries. So if you want to win a copy of the CRJ, and maybe even learn to land it better than me, then you can enter by typing the answer to this question in the chat. What does the C stand for in CRJ? Thank you, but it's too late. But once again, I haven't said this since Paro. I picked a bad day to give up smoking. The wipers aren't clearing the screen at all. Well, they're sort of making the raindrops fade after they pass over them. But that's just MSFS for you. All of the planes are like this, I think. Let's do a comparison. Let's turn them off, see if they actually make any difference at all. No, the raindrops fade either way. That was even worse than my approach on the on my tutorial flight. I have landed it nicely. The very first flight I did in it, which was the tutorial flight from Paderborn to Munich, I landed it beautifully. Since then, I've got slightly worse with each flight, I'd say. Yeah, I've had cars like that as well. Right, so we're going to find a spot on the left here, park up, shut the engines down, and then we'll do the draw. Yeah, I don't think they wipe anything on any of the aircraft in this sim. Oops, why isn't it turning? I've got a lot more throttle going on than I should have. Shouldn't be above 30% to get it moving, and we're at 60% of N1. Never mind. Sick bags are extra on Air France Hop, I'm afraid. No, they don't, Ilias. They don't. Does wet ground make it somehow stickier in this sim? Because I had no trouble taxiing it on 30% of N1 on the way out. There we are. Welcome to Paris Orly. We'll set the parking brake and we'll do the shutdown checklist. So brakes are on. We'll go to the aircraft page to set the chocks. Turn off the anti-lice and the emergency lights. Where is it? Off, off. We'll turn off the pitot static probes as well. Oh, that's the terminating checklist. That's the wrong one. Anyway, parking brakes are set. We'll turn the thrust levers to shut off. It's reverse of what we did on the way out. Lift the red tag, pull the thrust lever back. Turn off the seatbelt sign. Oh, had I already done that? Don't remember that. Turn off the fuel boost pumps. And we'll get the door open. And now! No, this is an add-on airport, Neely Nielsen. There's a link down below. Oh, oops. Taxi light off. And now I will do the very first draw. Oops, beacon light off. Okay, and now I really will do the very first draw. So as I said earlier, this is for the winner of the copy of the CRJ that Aerosoft are donating, and whoever wins this must email me with their YouTube username at filbertflies@gmail.com within 24 hours, and I will tell you what you need to do to claim. And the winner is Daryl Barber. It's Daryl Barber. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations on winning your very own copy of the Aerosoft CRJ. Do let me know within 24 hours your email address, and I'll send through everything you need to know. Are you still here? That's the first question. I should say, if anyone hasn't claimed within 24 hours of the draw... Ah, you are there. Good. Good, I'm pleased. Well, congratulations. And I look forward to hearing from you. I'm going to make a note of your name just in case I forget. So that's the only Aerosoft donated copy that's going to be given away. The other two are going to be PayPal transfers of the cost of the CRJ in pounds sterling once it's released. And I'll cover that again once we're underway with the next flight. For now... Oh, can we see the cabin? Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I forgot about that. This is what the cabin looks like. It does rain a little inside, I'm afraid. Bit of a leaky roof. No problem, 109 Squadron, at all. No problem at all. So yeah, this is the cabin. Pretty nice. Just I couldn't find any... Well, there are no default wing views on this version, which is a shame. Yeah, wipers are a sim limitation. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, the landing, considering the approach, the landing was pretty good. We don't know what time it's going to release, Der Ulf. Right, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to set up the flight plan for the next flight. And I will see you in 5 to 10 minutes for another flight and another giveaway. Back shortly. Oh, the starting the stream in 1080p. The thing is, if I do that, I'll have to set up a whole new stream, and I don't think I can do that. I'm sorry. I was. It just ends it, and you can't restart it again. So I have to set up a whole new stream, copy over all of the description and everything, and I just. Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm sorry. We're going to carry on at 720p. I don't know why it's happened. I don't remember changing that setting, but we'll carry on at 720p, and then at least all of the, all of you who are here will still be here and be able to win or have a chance of winning. Anyway, I still haven't set up the flight. I've just had a bite to eat. I'm going to go back to it, mute myself, and I'll see you shortly. I've just seen your comment. Everything was greyed out, but I've put in use custom output resolution and type 1920 by 1080. So maybe it'll work. If not, we're going to have to live with it, I'm afraid. Right, back to my planning. Hello, I'm back. I haven't been able to fix the stream. I'm afraid you can't do it in Streamlabs OBS while you're live. I'd have to restart it and set up a new stream. So unfortunately, we are limited to 720p, but all future streams will be in 1080p. CRJ pack hasn't been released yet, but I believe it's going to be about $50. No, we don't know when it's going to be released. Yeah, you can absolutely have the same seat. Absolutely. Hope no one's pinched your neck pillow. Good, I think I've caught up. Thank you, Dingo. Thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. More CRJ. Yes, indeed. Okay. Let's start all over again. As before, I will ask the giveaway question once we're in the air, and I will draw the winner once we're back down on the ground with the engines shut down. So we're going to go back to our originating checklist, and I'm going to try just following this through rather than relying on my notes at the moment. Probably possibly don't need to do this for a second flight. I don't know. We've still got the APU on. Cabin pressure panel's going to be fine. Windshield heat we didn't change. Anti-ice panel we checked just before. Thrust lever quadrant. Yep, they're both in shut off because we shut them off. The yaw damper's still engaged. Yep, I'm happy with that. So let's get set up in the CDU. And this time I'm going to have a go at importing our flight plan from SimBrief. So let's just go back to the index, make sure we're starting from the beginning. POSINIT is still in there, but we should probably update it between flights, I think. So we'll copy that position. It is a little bit off, so there we are. That's now set up properly. And to import the flight plan, I'm going to enter the origin and destination airports, LFPO, LFTH, plonk that in the route field. It's brought up my flight number, which is a good sign. Press execute, and there's the flight plan imported. Oh, good. I'm glad you're back, Jenny. I'm glad you're back. Right. So we'll do our departure and arrival. We'll check that that's done. We do want to take off from runway 24, and we are planning on a LATRA 8 Sierra departure. See if that's been selected or not. Ooh, interesting. We've got... let's start again. Runway 24. LATRA 8, maybe that's Papa and Sierra. Maybe that's what that means. Let's bung it in and see how it looks. Execute. And we'll just reduce the range. We don't need to go into... Sorry, increase the range. We don't need to go into map mode, really. So that's going to take us straight out. And then a left turn to PO301. Is that what it's saying? PO244, PO301 at 10,000 feet or below. Yep. Bang on. Bang on. Excellent. We'll step through the legs page then and see if we've got any discontinuities. So I've got my flight plan route up on my iPad in Navigraph charts to make sure that everything's as it should be. You'll notice that, well, if you go to the flight plan page, you'll notice that it doesn't currently import airways. It just does everything as a direct to, but that doesn't really matter. Lalux, yep. Suhaib, thank you very much for the donation. I think it's just going to go through repeating everything again. I think going to have a few more flashing up. So we're going all the way through to Zatel, which is our final waypoint. Then we want the Zatel 3 Tango arrival. So let's just check that. Check that's what we've got. It is. And I'll have a quick look at the weather in LFTH and make sure that we're set up for the correct runway according to the prevailing winds. You'll be pleased to hear there are no clouds below 1,500 feet. 310 at 10 knots. Okay. So we're probably not set up for the right runway then. I'll just check my charts. That's really, really annoying, isn't it? So we've got a choice between 5 and runway 23, and I think we'll go for runway 23. Which should have an ILS. Maybe not. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. So we're going to have to think again then. I'm going to have to turn this off again. It's going to drive me bonkers, never mind you. If you do want to donate, you still can at streamlabs.com/filbertflies, and I will make sure your alert gets played. But for now, I'm going to disable the alert box and turn it down because it's just going to keep happening. I don't know why. Right, so that so there are it would be a visual approach to runway 05, which kind of suggests to me that they hardly ever use it. How strong is the wind? So it's going to start varying 270 to 340. I think we'll do an ILS to 05. I think we'll have another practice at the ILS approach. So in that case, that's all fine. So let's go back to the legs page, clear any discontinuities. So much like we did before, we'll get rid of that discontinuity after Zattel and the duplicate waypoint by copying and pasting it over the top. And that's now all looking pretty good. We'll step through it by going into the map mode again, reducing the range a little, and going to the MFD Advanced page. Interesting. So we do have a little bit of a gap here. But the waypoints all look correct. Palm and then the various distance waypoints. So what we might have to do is go into heading mode and just smooth out this turn here, because I think otherwise it might start doing weird stuff. Let me catch up on the chat a minute. There was one more page of SIDs I missed. We've got the right SID though, so that's all right. Hello, Brandon. Welcome to the stream. The landing itself, I personally would describe as butter. Do Aerosoft plan to improve the FMC functionality over time? I have no idea, to be honest, Daryl. There's not a lot missing from it, though, to be honest, that I've found. We don't know when it's going to be released. I tried to change from 720, but I can't do it. Tristan, thank you very, very much for the £5 super chat. Much, much appreciated. I'm going to make sure you get your alert. You may have realised I'm having troubles with the alert box, but you're going to get it now. There you are. Thanks for your reviews and hard work. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Right, we're going to turn that off again before everything starts repeating. Turn the volume down. Get back to the chat. Could I try an auto land? I don't think you can do an auto land in this aircraft. I don't think it's certified. That was the answer to the last question. That draws over now. I'll be asking the next question once we're in the air. Okay, so we've got our flight plan set up. We'll go and do our performance page now. And we'll do that in conjunction with the EFB. So over to performance, and I'll bring up my flight plan so I can get the correct weights. So we want 3,399 kilograms of fuel. And we have a zero fuel weight of 26842. Oh, exactly the same. It's like everyone who's come to Paris is connecting here and going on to Toulon. The Hop is a standard release livery. Set the payload in the simulator. We'll set the perf init data, copy that to the FMS. And hope it's all in there. Yep, it is. So we need to put in our cruising altitude, which is flight level 370 for this leg. Exec. And we'll put in the wind, or the wind component, which is plus 44. Exec. And we don't need to do anything on this page. Over to VNAV setup. Transition altitude is going to be 5,000 again. That's correct. And transition level, we'll call flight level 70 on the way down. No, we won't. We'll call it flight level 60 on the way down. Bosh, done. So we've done Perfinite, we've done VNav. I am going to have a quick look at my little cheat sheet, which is basically a notepad with a whole load of scribbles on it. Yep, that's all good. Just going to go, one thing I haven't done is go to the MFD menu and replace VNav with on, which is what we should have done last time before departure, and that just gives us a slightly different view of our routing up there. Matt, hello! Welcome, lovely to see you. It's all going, well, it's going, put it that way. Slightly dodgy approach, but we got it down. 10,000 feet we're going to set for our initial climb altitude because we have a constraint of flight level 10 or below, but at PO 301, which is just off the screen up here, and I'll have to remember to reset that. How have we got the autopilot engaged still? That's weird, seeing as I hadn't flew it down. Anyway, we'll go back to the legs page, and now I think we'll go back to our checklists. Glad you're enjoying the CJ4. The textures look awful. It's because I'm in 720p. I don't know how this has happened, but it has, and I can't fix it without stopping the stream and starting a whole new one. So we're all going to have to live with it. General consensus seems to be that it's okay. So the APU is on. Electrics have been checked. Takeoff data. Have we done the takeoff data? No, we have not done the takeoff data. We'll press the set all button again. And lo and behold, rather than dialing them in, it's added them automatically. Matt, I should say, if I hadn't flown the CJ4, I would be even more hopeless with this aircraft than I am. The avionics are very similar, and so I sort of know what I'm doing. And I've been talking about snowflakes and donuts, which I wouldn't have done otherwise. Okay, so that's that done. Back to the checklist. Takeoff data set, yes. Doors. Oh, I should probably close them, I suppose. It's always a good idea before departure. In fact, if I get a view in place, I'll show you the little animation, which is always nice to see. There it is, closing up. Very, very nice. Oh, you're very welcome, Glenn. It'll be good. It'll be good. Oh, what's this? Is this some kind of mitigation? Apparently the ILS glide slope intercept issues are a sim problem. Best way to mitigate it now is to have a low VS capturing the glide slope. Okay. I thought I had a 0 VS though. Anyway, we'll see how the next one goes. Very wet steps, yeah. Yeah. There's a flight attendant by that door who's just got drenched in a river of rainwater coming down. The runway is wet and not dry. Very, very good point. Samsonite, yeah. Wet, so that is going to reduce our V1. Excellent. Good job you were here. Doors are closed and locked. We'll turn on the beacon light. Fuel pumps and quantity, we'll turn on the fuel pumps. Is the window heat still on? Yes, it is. Hydraulic pumps should still be on because we didn't turn them off. On an auto, yes they are. And parking brake is on. So we're ready to push back again. That didn't take too long, did it? Just clear these warning and caution lights. We've got everything, only what we would expect on this display here. And I'll restart Pushback Express to get us on our way.
Cockpit to ground.
Oh really? It's got a custom autopilot.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
All of aviation.
Release the parking brakes.
Welcome to the stream. You've missed
Parking
the first
brakes
giveaway.
released.
The second
Pushing
giveaway
back.
will be starting as soon as we are in the air. Well, once we're stable in the climb, put it that way. Oh, we've still got our chocks in. No wonder we're going so slowly. Still no pushback tug, but never mind. There we are, chocks away. Sorry, Brandon, what have you been saying? Mildly moist runway, yeah. Is that screen default? Yes, it is, James, yeah. Has it been released? No, not as far as I'm aware, still not. It is hard weather to fly, it has. It is. And I should say... Oh, this is taking forever. Can we speed it up at all? It's probably what happens when you start the pushback with the chocks in, it never speeds up. Alright, let's stop and start again.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes.
No, parking brake was definitely off. It is
Parking
just
brakes
the
released.
it's the fact that I didn't release the chocks before starting the pushback. Oh, we've got a tug now. That's nice. We don't know when it's going to be released, or I don't know when it's going to be released anyway. Can the plane fly DME arcs in SID stars and approaches? I can't say I've tried it, but I would imagine it can. Yeah, sticky chocks. It is fake French, isn't it? It's got to be. It's got to be. It's too cliche. No one speaks like that.
Okay, you are
Hello,
clear
Lego Owen.
behind and you can start your engines at your discretion.
Ah, no, this is Pushback Express. Pushback Express. So you can choose your ground cruise accent. We don't know, Roberto, I'm afraid. I mean, if that is a French person who did that recording, then I'm kind of impressed, because it's very much how an English person thinks a French accent sounds, isn't it? Monch too, absolutely. It's true, and I don't know if they have a French language in this. They certainly have a... You can have a German-speaking ground crew and a German-speaking cockpit crew, but I don't think you can do the same for French. Gosh, this pushback tug driver hasn't got a clue what he's doing, has he? Not a clue. Never mind, we'll stop there.
Pushback completed. Set the parking brakes, please.
Parking brake set.
Roger. Okay, tow bar is disconnected.
I'm not
and
convinced.
the equipment is clear. We will see you on the left side.
Okay, let's get the engine started.
Thanks, and
So,
you can disconnect
right
and go
engine
to
start
hand
button.
signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
Watch the N2 come up, make sure the ITT is below 100. And once we pass 20, we'll click the red tab and bring the right throttle lever to the idle detent. I'm really hoping for GSX. Better pushback looks quite good. I've only ever seen it on Ben's streams, to be fair. It looks quite good, but GSX, you just tell it which direction you want to face and it gets on with it. Yeah, Roger. No one says that. Right, so we'll wait for engine 2 to stabilise, and then we'll do exactly the same with engine 1. Cool, that's online. So, left engine start switch. Watch the N2 coming up. I am taking runway 24 for departure, aren't I? I thought I had. That was my intention. Yeah, we are doing runway 24. Sorry, I'm just managing to get the odd chat message coming through. So sorry if I'm not trying to ignore you. There's just too much to keep up with. The voices come from Pushback Express, which is linked to in the video description. Anyway, I'm totally neglecting my engine start here. We are above 20% of N2. So again, click the little red tab and throttle lever to the idle detent. We'll just bring this one a bit. It's very, very important that you don't try and adjust it while the red tab is still down, because it will go back to shut off and then you'll have to start all over again. Let's turn the windscreen wipers on for all the good they'll do. Are they any better on fast? No. We'll leave them on slow. Hello Van Raj, it's going well, thank you. How are you? Good, so we've got rid of all of our caution and warning messages from up there. We're going to set our trim now, which should be 6.5. Oh, there we are. I told you it was always 7.2. That was clearly a lie. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. That's why Toga's flashing. There we are. Our landing elevation still set to 280. Do you want to know I do want to know a fun fact about the windscreen wipers, yeah. We'll go back to the checklist and see what we've forgotten. After start, generators are in auto, electrics have been checked, we'll say. Bleed valves are in auto, packs are on, APU should be off, anti-ice will set, and nose wheel steering will arm. Should have disarmed it after parking. Oh well. So we're going to turn the cowl anti-ice back on. And you can hear the pitch go up of the air conditioning when you do it. Start stop switch, and then the power fuel switch. Should by rights wait for it to completely stop before you push the power fuel switch, but we all want to get underway and do some more winning. Okay, that's looking good. We'll set the flaps to 8. You'll notice that our selected speed is V2 plus 10 automatically, so 153. Trims we've just done. Thrust reversers should be armed, but again I'm not going to arm them until we get to the runway in case I use them by mistake. Flight instruments checked, brake temperatures are fine. This is Paris Orly, Benraj. I'll give you all the details about the giveaway when we are in the air. Or you can read them now in the video description down below. The wipers don't clear the raindrops, no. This is a sim bug, it's not unique to this aircraft. Makes you wonder why they're on really, doesn't it? But there we are. So we should be able to taxi this on 30% of N1, but we can't, so I'm using a little bit more. What's that, Brandon? If a wiper is set to slow and you set another one to fast, the first that was set to slow will be overwritten. Oh, I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Oh, it stopped raining. But here, I think the captain's knob deals with all of the wipers. I think they're synced whatever. Yeah, I'm still missing a lot of chat. I apologise for that. I have no idea what you're answering there, EA, but thank you for answering it. Yeah, exactly. It's sort of worth switching them on. It's slightly more realistic having them on but not doing anything than having them off, I guess. So as I said before, we're trying to taxi at less than 15 knots and less than 10 knots around corners. So this is Jetstream Designs Paris Orly. I didn't actually mention it. It's a lovely airport, and there is a link to buy it if you want to in the video description down below. It's a great base for your air hop flights. So is their non-Atlantique actually. I do know the range of this airplane approximately, but that's basically my third question for the giveaway, so I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to Google it. But you know, it's probably worth Googling it. You'll need it in an hour and a half or so. Hello, Exility Dark Lord for Sig. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Mr. Scotty Bob 64. First time watching, enjoying the stream very much. Will definitely be watching for you. Oh, thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that. Oh, that reminds me actually, I haven't asked anyone to subscribe for a while. Not only do you have to be a subscriber to have a chance of winning the next 2 copies of the CRJ, but it would also just be really nice to have you on board. So do click the subscribe button, click the thumbs up button if you'd like to, and plenty more streams and videos ahead. Am I going to do a face reveal? Well, yes, but only when I get to either 1 million subscribers or £1 million in donations. No, my name isn't Philbert. No. Yeah, I don't mind people knowing what I look like. I don't know. I think I'd feel self-conscious flying with people looking at me all the while. And I don't think it'd bring much to the stream, personally. I know plenty of you would disagree. But you're here to enjoy the views out the window and look at the planes. You don't want my mug in the way of all of that. Yeah, I can. I've actually done a video specifically about my initial impressions. So to be honest, I'd recommend after this stream having a look at that, because I'm bound to forget something. That was quite a good summary of how I've found it so far. It's a fair point, Izako. It's a fair point. Yes, I do have track IR. We don't know what time the CRJ is coming out, I'm afraid. Yeah, all of my other streams, literally every single one has been at 1080p. I must have accidentally changed a setting in Streamlabs. I don't know how. So yeah, I am sorry about the reduced quality. But as I said earlier, if I was going to fix it, I'd have to stop the stream, set up a whole new one. Ooh, I haven't put the seatbelt sign on. And then that would sort of mess up the flow of the giveaways, I feel. Especially as I've shared the link to this one quite widely. Right. Seatbelt sign on now. Better late than never. And we'll assume we've been cleared for takeoff again, so we'll turn the landing lights on. Turn the strobe light on. We should turn the logo light on now, it's gloomy probably. We don't need the wing inspection light on. I didn't touch that, I don't know what's going on. We'll go back to, what sort of page do we want up here? Probably the legs page for now, I would say. I don't know the answer to that. Going to reduce the range so that we get a better view of our takeoff. We're going to do the checklist. Lights and strobes are on. Fuel crossflow is not on manual. We'll do that now. Transponder TCAS we don't need to worry about because we're the only aircraft in the whole world. Radar terrain display doesn't work and CAS has been checked. Trim, I have trimmed. 7.5. Bang on what we wanted, I think, unless you know something I don't. No, we want 6.5. Gosh, how did that happen? Weird. I must have said it wrong in the first place, I guess. Thank you. Okay, let's line up. They've said by 4 PM, have they? Awesome. I don't know. I still don't think I did anything wrong on that approach. The autopilot failed to capture the glide, so I was perhaps a little slow in reacting to that. Toga got to drive home. We will be using Toga because there's no way to calculate an accurate flex temp. I found no external resources and the EFB doesn't do it for you, so every takeoff's a Toga takeoff. Toga takeoff? Toga takeoff. Right. Have I forgotten anything? Yeah, probably. Seems likely, doesn't it? Okay. We'll sync the runway, sync the heading to the runway heading. That's a good start. First heading sync done. Now it's definitely done. We're going to, actually that's what we should do, change our nav source back to FMS. We've already got takeoff armed. Set, I should say, not armed. So yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's do it. Okay, engine stable, about 50%. And up to the Toga detent. Just seen that, is okay. Very, very good. Oh, thank you, Brian. Right, I should probably look at the plane now rather than the chat, shouldn't I? There's 80 knots. Release the forward pressure on the stick. V1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Flaps 1. We're going to arm nav. Is that nav? Can't see. No, that's something else. Speed, nav. There we are. I'm going to lower the nose now to climb, reduce to climb power, and engage the autopilot, which really wants to pitch us up for some reason. Good grief. Yeah, the autopilot's not having a good day. It's totally ignoring the flight directives. Flaps. No, we'll leave the flaps for now. Struth, what is going on? Let's trim and hand fly it. Trim and hand fly it. Should we try engaging the autopilot again? We're in speed mode. Our speed is set fine. Engage. No, and it's still pitching us up to the sky. Ah, dear. Right, so speed mode seems to be active. Nav mode had a green light. Now we've got FMS1 flashing. Let's try a third time to engage the autopilot. No, it's just going to disconnect. Right. Speed mode should work. It should maintain 180 knots and climb us out of here. But it's not. I'll try VS. I'll try it. No, it still wants to pitch our nose up to the sky. Let's just give it a minute to think about it. Yeah, stall warning. I mean, that's what you get if you pitch the nose up to the sky. Silly plane. Advising to put icing settings on display only. What does that mean? I don't think it's ice. We're accelerating okay. Right, let's get this plane trimmed out properly so that I can let go and try a few things. That'll do. That'll do. So someone suggested ice. Well, we've got the cowl anti-ice on. Didn't have the probe heat on. I wonder if that had anything to do with it. Let's just turn all of the heating things up. Let's turn on the wing anti-ice. I really don't think that's it, but it might be. And we'll go back to speed mode, nav mode, and engage the autopilot. Ah, well, I've still got the disengage bar down. That's why it's not doing it that time. Oh, hang on. Someone said... Right, Emiliano. Someone said it's in the sim settings. All right, let's have a little look at that. So something about display only, is it? Is it under general settings? No, I bet it's under assistance, I'd imagine, is it? Failure and damage? Icing effect. Visual only. Okay. Let's try that. Ah, I think you were right. I think you were right. Let's do a bit of climbing. Don't worry, even if we all crash and die, you'll still get a freebie. I should have put that in the terms and conditions. I didn't. 370, that's what we wanted, wasn't it? And we'll increase our speed up to... can certainly retract the flaps now. Increase our speed up to 290. And once that's done, I'm going to catch up with the chat. Then I'll ask the question for our next giveaway. Whew. Etty Gaming, you little star. Thank you very much for that. That was a bug I was not aware of. And Vanraj, thank you. And thank you, Ben. Did I ever read the manual? Yes, I did. I read all of the tutorial flight, most of Volume 1. You told me not to load the beer into the rear of the plane. Ah, dear. That must have been on one of the dude's most recent tutorials, I guess, because I watched all but the final two before I did anything else, really. Okay. Let's extend the range. Make sure it starts climbing again. Okay. Back into speed mode. Adjust that down to 290. Well, that was an eventful. Sync the heading. Of all the things to worry about. But yeah, thank you. I will sync the heading. What does the plane look like from the outside? It looks like this. Oh, you got it from a comment the dude made on someone else's video, right? I thought I'd listened to the dude quite accurately. Nice. Right, okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one to have experienced this today. Right, who is for another giveaway question? Let me just check I've got everything set up with Nightbot before I ask it. Do you know, I didn't know about that ice setting. It's not the only aircraft to suffer trouble with icing when there shouldn't be any, so I think I'll just leave that on for everything. Is it out? Is it? Awesome. Okay, so the question to win the second giveaway copy of the CRJ today is: how many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? How many passenger seats are there in a United Airlines CRJ 550? And to win, all you have to do is type the answer to that in the chat in figures, not in words. How many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? And at the end of this flight, once we've shut down the engines, one of you who gets the answer correct will win the value of a copy of the Aerosoft CRJ. And the way that'll work is you will need to send me an email address that I can send you a PayPal donation to, and I will then transfer the money in pounds sterling as soon as it's out, I was going to say, but if it is out, then I'll know exactly how much that is, and then you can use that to buy yourself an Aerosoft CRJ. And I'd like to once again thank Tom for chipping into this one. I think we'll call this one Tom's donation. He's actually paying for it, and I will pay for the final one, which we'll give away on the third flight. Remember, however many times you type the answer, you only get one entry. And good luck to all of you. Yes, good point. You can see why I'm not flying on VATSIM today, right? New aircraft, struggling to fly it, doing the giveaways. It would be a step too far. I'd quite like to see how much it actually is with VAT and everything else, so that I know what we're doing. But the site is ever so slow, unsurprisingly. No, how many passenger seats, Demetrius? How many passenger seats are there? I hope I read that correctly. Maybe I didn't. Oh well, it's still early. You've all got time to answer again if I didn't. Yeah, no, I did say that. How many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? Oh, can you only pay in euros? It's going to make things a little harder. I'll do a conversion and add a couple of quid on to be on the safe side, if that's the case. I'm flying the 700, the CRJ 700. The 900 and 1000 versions aren't out, so no, I haven't. You're going home, Tristan. Okay. You've ended to be good. Well, safe drive home. Maybe see you when you get there. I don't know what your plans are. But, yeah, thank you for joining. In Brazil, through the marketplace, it's 28 euros in the marketplace. UK price looks like £43. Okay. Well, I will double check this before I send the money to the winner. There must be a way of changing the currency, I guess. I'm sure I've bought things in pounds through them before. No, anyway, £43, good. For some reason, Kevin, hello by the way, I assumed you were telling me how much it cost, despite all the other 50s in the chat. So the 900 is going to be longer, and the 9000 is going to be longer still. In Europe, there are very, very few... Tony! $49.99 to buy someone else another copy. I will, absolutely. Well, in that case, we'll draw 2 winners this flight, and so right. So this has suddenly become a 4-copy giveaway. Thank you very, very much. I'm a bit nervous to turn the anti-ice off, to be honest with you. I think I might just leave it on. No, we've got it set, haven't we? We've got it set to visual only. So we never need to touch the anti-ice again. Save a bit of fuel. Right. Now I've done the question and saved all of our lives. You're welcome. And, well, it wasn't me. It was help from other people, but still. Followed their instructions. We'll do the climb checklist, I think. Fuel crossface set to auto. Bleeds and APU, the APU's off, bleeds are set to auto, and the thrust reversers are off. Marvellous. Right, we can relax for a little while at least. So you can go to Aerosoft.com to buy it in Finia Shop, or you can buy it through the Flight Sim Marketplace. I won't forget to lower the throttle, don't you worry. We've still got a lot of climbing to go before we get to our cruising altitude. You're not here to win, you're here for the fun. Well, it's lovely to have someone who's here because they want to be. They want to enjoy the stream, Simpansi. Lovely to have you here. And do please click the subscribe button. Anyone who's watching who hasn't already, you must be a subscriber to be in with winning. And it's also it's a great place to be. You'll want to come back, I'm sure. I hope you will anyway. I should also tell you a little bit about Club Filbert, I think. So you'll notice that I've got a few ways to donate. If you want to make a one-off donation, you can just go to streamlabs.com/filbertflies and give as much or as little as you'd like. But I also have a membership program for people who want to give a little bit of money each month to help support my channel. I've got 2 tiers, Club Filbert Bronze and Club Filbert Silver. Club Filbert Bronze gives you access to custom emojis and custom badges and private members-only Discord channels on my Discord server. And Club Filbert Silver additionally gives you a monthly private members-only live stream. So if you want to know more about that, click the join button underneath the video. Welcome, Riley, thank you. This is the Aerosoft CRJ 700. And really we should be climbing at 290 knots, but we've switched at the wrong... Oh, it's done it right. I was about to say we'd switched at the wrong point from speed to Mach, but it did switch over at Mach 0.74, so that's good. For the giveaway, all the details you need are in the video description down below and the terms and conditions document, which I would urge you to read. But for these remaining 3 copies, in fact, 3 copies, thanks to Tony's generosity, you need to give me a PayPal email address and I will send you the cost of the CRJ in GBP for you to buy it yourself. And that's because basically Aerosoft don't have the functionality to allow you to pay for something and add it to someone else's account, so I just have to give you money. And for those of you who have just arrived, the question that you need to answer to be in with a chance of winning is: how many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? 45.15 in GBP. Thank you, Ben. So that's the sum that the winners will be getting. I'll make a note. Have you got yours now? Is it underway? How does the CRJ compare to the fly-by-wire mod? It's a lot more in-depth. A lot more of the systems are modelled. There are still a few bugs, I think it's fair to say. You can have a look at my review video, my first impressions review video, where I go through everything that I've liked and everything that I haven't liked. But if you want an answer, a one-word answer, then the answer is better. It's better than the Aerosoft, than the A320. Does the camera allow you to move beyond the cockpit? No, it doesn't, Kyle, unfortunately. I've tried that. Has the website crashed? Oh dear. Oh dear. No, so you're still blocked by the cockpit door. And I also thought you might be able to open the cockpit door, but I haven't found a way to do it. I don't think there are any click spots or anything like that. So no, you still have to go through the old palaver to set up your own custom cockpit camera views. Oh, Riley, that's jolly sensitive of you to other people. Yeah, €50 50, £45 15, somewhere in that ballpark. What Daryl Barber? What did he say? Daryl paying back? What? What have I missed? What? Oh God! Again, I've got too many messages here to actually see what anyone said. Are toilets considered seats? No, they are not. Oh, he's joined Club Filbert! Daryl! Thank you very, very much. It's great to have you aboard. And what I should do is play your animation. I really don't understand what Alertbox is doing. I'm gonna allow it again, and we may get a few repeats. There you are. That's what you should have seen. Ready and hello. You're in the hospital. Oh no, you poor thing. I knew you had. I knew you hadn't been that well. I didn't know you were in hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're not too poorly. So I'm now wondering if that icing was the reason why my approach was messed up. What do we think? What do we think? Maybe it wasn't me or the aircraft. Maybe it was the bug in the sim. Big Mama, Big Bubba, welcome to the stream. Hello. Ludwig, hello. I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you? Nice to see you. What have you missed? Well, I have given away the first copy. I've given away the first copy of the CRJ. Daryl won it. And we are underway with the second stream. I've asked the question, which will enable you to win the price of a copy, and I'll repeat it now you're here. The question is, how many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? And all I need is the figures, just the figures. If you type anything else, it won't work, so just the figures. How long have I been doing YouTube? When did I start? Towards the end of August, I think. August, September, October, November, December, January. So 6.5 months, something like that. Oh, good luck with your channel. Right, oh, that's really good. No, the ILS approach is yet another known bug due to sim limitations. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh well. You'll survive. Good, I'm pleased. That's the main thing. Hope you get better soon. Hello Colton, welcome to the stream. Still 4 hours? I'm not looking at the numbers, it's too much. Makes me anxious. Make sure you click the subscribe button, particularly if you're entering the competition, but even if you're not, it's a good idea. Because then you'll be the first to hear about my new content, other streams, reviews, all the usual stuff. Yeah, I think there are a lot of us who started around about well, shortly after the sim came out, put it that way. So what prompted me to start this was that I was an alpha tester on MSFS from the very, very first build, and I started watching when they were issuing pre-release builds to other streamers. It was the first time I'd really got at all interested in streaming, but I was interested to hear their opinions and see what they thought of it. And I thought, oh, do you know what? I might have a go at that myself. And here I am. It is out, Satira. Yeah, it came out very recently. I'm using a T16000M. You can find all of my system specs and graphics settings down below. Demetrius, that's not the question. Aaron Fico, really? What content do you do? Aerosoft CRJ, so Aerosoft is the publisher of this plane we're flying. So this is the CRJ, the Canadair regional jet. And it's a recently released new aeroplane for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Can you enter flight plan through MSFS? No, only through the FMS. Still not landed. Okay. The first win has been announced. Yep, the second draw will take place after we land. You've taken... Oh, really? Only one lavatory? Interesting. Yeah. Drum Monkey Stuff UK. Hello, it's going well, thank you. How are you? I like it. I like it a lot, Tango Whiskey. I've done a little first impressions review video. You can find that on my channel, in which I go through basically how I found my first week of flying it, good bits and bad bits. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have another look outside. Good, I'm pleased. I'm pleased you're alright. So the exterior model is absolutely stunning. And the liveries are all pretty good as well. I mean, just look at the detail. Look at that. You just couldn't have done this in any other sim. You can see the screw heads, the rivets, every little detail. Just the number, just the number. So the winners will need to contact me with their PayPal email address, and then I will send them the GBP value. So I'll be sending them £45.15 to buy their own copy of the CRJ. Yep, you can still enter the competition. The plane does have a cabin Odin, yeah, but unfortunately there are no cabin views included. So all we can do, if you can still hear me over the noise of the engine, at the moment is use the drone view to come in and have a look, which is a bit weird. I will at some point set up some custom camera views, so you can, in future streams, you'll be able to have a look out the window. But it is a bit of a shame that none were included by default, I think. Can you use Navigraph to update the nav data already? That's really good. That's what we used to do in older sims. Oh, thank you, Redian. I missed that. Thank you very much. Yes. Rafael Old. How are the performance? The performance compared with with like the A32NX, in my experience, if anything, is slightly better. Certainly not any worse. I haven't actually measured FPS, so I can't give you a side-by-side comparison, but it's good. It performs well. Oh yes, so you can update the MSFS nav data, and I've done that. But I believe that the CRJ has its own nav database, so it doesn't read the sim nav data. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, that is a bit odd, Lost Tracker, you're right. Are they still flown widely in Canada? I've only really been looking at European routes and US routes, but it would be good to do some flying in Canada. What I really wanted to do was some flights from Toronto Billy Bishop, which is one of the default handcrafted airports, but I can't find any sign that CRJs fly from there, sadly. It's out now, Ethan. It's out now. In the marketplace and from Aerosoft.com. No, you can't use Navigraph on the EFB, sadly. I mean, never say never, but there's no way to see charts or anything like that up here. I'll take you through what it can do. So you've got your checklists, you've got your performance page, which you may have seen me use earlier, where you set your zero fuel weight and fuel, or your passengers and cargo. It'll calculate your takeoff speeds for you and your landing speeds. And then over here you can open doors, set default states, so you've got a choice of cold and dark, turnaround, ready for startup or ready for taxi. You've got a maintenance page, which I haven't really looked at yet, and the options page where you can change your units, temperature units, that sort of thing, and a second page where you can do some more detailed settings about how the aircraft behaves. So that's what the EFB does. Oh, there's a new installer. Excellent. That's the first thing I'll do. I was going to say once I've landed, but really I mean once I've recovered from this flight. There are some CRJ 700s in Japan, are there? Oh yes, I saw that actually, but they don't seem to fly between any of the airports that we have handcrafted versions of. But that's my problem, not yours. Are they Tolstoy? That is nice. Well, first of all, welcome to the stream, and second of all, that's really interesting. I flew in there on a Dash 8, I think, from Montreal once. I didn't know there was no jets. I'm told it's in the store, in the marketplace. Oh, maybe it's not there. I'm getting all my information from the chat at the moment, so I'm not certain. Someone told me that it was in the marketplace, but maybe not. Ibex Airlines, yes, that's right. Yeah, it's a different question, Harry. So the question for the second leg, this flight we're doing now, is how many passenger seats, let me make sure I phrase it the right way, how many passenger seats are there on a United Airlines CRJ 550? My overlay is Bene Overlay. How Bay, welcome to the stream, hello. What is the difference between the 550 and the 700? I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding is that the 550 is sort of an updated version of the 700 with fewer seats. And I believe United Airlines is the only airline that flies it, and they've stopped producing them now, so that'll presumably remain the case unless they flog any. Sync the heading. Bit early. Yes, this is the other thing I've experienced, the autopilot hunting after a turn. Don't know how prototypical that is. Oh, there we are. It is in the marketplace. Could fly a Medivac from Billy Bishop. That's an interesting idea, yeah. Yeah, I learnt this today. That there's a 705. Thank you, Ben. What liveries are available? There's an Air France Hop, there's a Lufthansa Regional, there is an American Eagle, there are 2 Delta Airlines, one's SkyWest, one's the other, another one, I can't remember which. And I'm not entirely sure of the others off the top of my head. Actually, do you know what we can do? Yeah, we can do that quickly. If we go into dev mode, then I'll be able to show you the list, hopefully. So there's a 550 United Express, I'll move it over a little bit, a 550 Private, a 700 Lufthansa Regional, a 700 American Eagle, the one we're flying now, Lufthansa Regional, 2 Delta, 1 Horizon Air and 1 Alaska Airlines. My FPS are locked to 30. I don't even remember how you do it, it's so long since I've looked. But it will say I'm doing 30 FPS, I'll tell you that much. Getting a little bit slow here while I've been faffing about doing all that. Christopher, hello, hello. And Neely Neilster is what? That's a streaming overlay called Bene Overlay, so I can't actually see it MP 1981. So I mean I could if I left the sim, but it's not something you can use within Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, for sure, Felix. Yes, it is, Eric. Oh, finally, dev mode. You've been waiting for that. Haven't got any ice to get rid of. It's almost a bit of a shame having gone to all that effort of opening up the dev mode. I can't de-ice the plane. The weaving around does appear to be a huge bug, yeah. I can't deny that. I think it is. Unless, of course, the real plane does it. Is it worth it? I think it is, Uriel. Yeah, I've done a full first impressions review if you want to take a look at that, where I go through all the things I've liked and all the things I haven't liked so much. I don't know what ICUP means. Add ice there. I don't think it... I've flown it through clouds. I've never seen any ice on it at all. So I'm not... I think they might have turned that off. Eric, good luck with your download. I hope you like it. Welcome back, Castle. I'm drawing the winner after we land and shut down the engines. Make sure you read the video description for the link to the terms and conditions and have a read of that before the draw so you know what's going to happen next. And meanwhile, I've just noticed I have an email from our first winner and I'm going to send him the instructions of how to claim the prize. This will be the most flown aircraft. Yeah, it will. It will. So I heard that the final release is 99.99% exactly the same as the pre-release, Scott. That's what I heard. Well, Quotenwagneriana. I think that's how you say your name. The default aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim all ice up on the whole airframe as soon as you go through any moisture whatsoever. Oh, come on. Just lost the email I was typing. I'll certainly get the instructions to you as soon as I can, Daryl. Yeah, my keyboard is loud, it's true. Can you fly the plane without using the MCDU with VOR and OBS? Yes, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't, why you couldn't do that. Yeah. Right, Daryl, that email is winging its way to you now. Getting a little bit fast. No, I should be syncing my heading bug after every turn, but I struggle to remember. That wouldn't be causing the issue with the autopilot, though. No, that's the only reason you sync your heading bug, really. Is in case you can no longer use the nav mode, so that you don't end up pointing in completely the wrong direction. So we're approaching our top of descent now, so I'm going to dial the altitude down to 10,000. And I'm going to get up the direct/intercept page, which will give us our planned descent rates. Benet overlay French. Group formation flight of CRJs, that sounds quite good fun actually. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, this is the second leg, Kami. Yes. The first giveaway is done, there are 2 more to go. Kai, hello, hello. The stream's going well. The question is, how many passenger seats are there on the United Airlines CRJ 550? The second winner will be announced after we land and turn off the engines. And the third winner will be announced at the end of the third leg. All the information you need about how to enter, when the winners will be drawn, is in the video description, along with a link to the full terms and conditions, which I would urge you to read before you enter. Yes, LNAV. Well, this doesn't have fully automatic LNAV Aviator Boss, but it does have advisory LNAV, and that works pretty well. Pretty well. Hello, Gamer4. How are you? Nothing but freeloaders here. Well, I couldn't possibly comment on that. Hangar 88, hello, that's alright. I haven't noticed you here, but welcome to the stream. The FPS are more than okay, Fabonimus. I find the performance on this slight... Oh, we've missed our top of descent. So we'll engage VS mode. We're not too far off. And we'll start down. So we've got some very shallow descents coming up, so I'm not going to go all the way down to the nearly 4,000 feet per minute it's suggesting at the moment. I'm going to descend a little slower than that. Right, what was I saying? Is it the engine? The high-pitched sound is probably the PAX. I believe... Ben tells me it's £45.15 in pounds sterling. I think it's about €50. So also because of Daryl's, no, not Daryl, someone's generosity. Who was it? Hang on, I've got their name here. Tony Me. Because of his $50 donation, we are now giving away 2 copies at the end of this stream. 2 copies. So that's super exciting. So both these copies are being paid for by other people. One's being paid for by Tom, and one's being paid for by Tony Me, which is really, really nice of you both. Have they, Kyle? Have you got it? Have you got the release version? Because there are none in my version, but that's really good news if so. Thanks, Keffel. Don't know when the expansion's coming out, Will. I don't know if they've announced it, to be honest. Yeah, that was one of my criticisms, but I did say on my review video that that may change for release. I don't have anything other than the drone view. Nothing in fixed camera at all. Still a good opportunity to have a little look at the landscape going by. Oh yeah, I was going to do a hold, wasn't I? Yeah, let's try that. I haven't done one. I don't know if it'll work, but let's try and hold at Rubeb. Have I just done something wrong? Yeah, I have. Oh, what an idiot. I thought I was in the hold page. What an idiot. And I've just taken us direct to some random waypoint, I think. Hang on. So we want to go to Tupox, right? So we should be able to choose that and fix it. There it is. Direct to Tupox, exec. FPS is good. What a silly sausage, honestly, eh? So it's alright, we're back on track. Right, what were we going to do? We're going to do a hold. Hold at? I thought that's what I did. I really thought that's what I did. Let's try again. Where did I say we'd hold? Rubeb, didn't I? Hold at Rubeb. Input it there. There we are. So that very much wasn't what I did. We'll execute the hold. See what happens. Never done it before. Very exciting. I know it draws them properly up here, which is nice. Hello, Shempes. Yeah, it's certainly growing quickly today. It's certainly growing quickly today. Which reminds me, do make sure that you've all subscribed if you want to be in a chance with winning, in a chance of winning. Okay, that seems to have resolved, which is good. I've let my speed slow down a little bit. But we're still roughly on our descent profile, so that's good. And we're going to hold here anyway, so that's fine. Quite 109 Squadron. You could be right. I did give a disclaimer at the beginning of this that I'm really not terribly au fait with this aircraft yet. Although that is a bit of a rookie error. So let's have a look at the hold page. So it's going to give us an inbound course of 151 with a right turn. So we should be coming in this way and then turning around this way. But I guess we're flying direct to Rubeb now. And we know that the autopilot oversteers and understeers and struggles to get itself sorted out. So we want to be at or below flight level 240 by then. By the time we get there, so we'll increase our descent rate a little. I think the sounds are very good in this aircraft, actually, yeah. Did I hear there's going to be an... Yeah, I did. I was really hoping that Brian might have it out for release, but it's crying out for an FS2 crew. I didn't know they were doing a specific one for the fly-by-wire, though. That's also good news. Well, the way I see it, if people watch me cock up, then they're going to feel a lot better about their own mistakes. Probably next Monday or Tuesday, Zanis. I've got to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tomorrow, though, I should have mentioned this earlier, I'm doing another giveaway. I am previewing the new Hobart and Cambridge scenery by NZA Simulations. And Harrison has very kindly offered to donate some additional products. So NZA Simulations are giving me 2 copies of their scenery to give away. And Harrison is going to add to that by giving a copy of Sydney, Flight Hamper Sydney, Orbex's Sydney Cityscape thing, and Ayers Rock by AU Scene. So there's a lot coming on tomorrow's giveaway, but I'll be flying the A320 because I'm doing a real world flight. That's really good, Scott. How do you get the CRJ 700? You can buy it through the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace, or you can buy it through Aerosoft.com. Oh, I don't watch Formula 1, no, I don't. I don't know what else to call it, though, to be honest. So it seems to be following this hold pretty well. The question was, how many passenger seats are there in a United Airlines CRJ 550? Oh, that's really cool, Simon. I'm really chuffed about that. I do use a tablet while flying. Oh, that's interesting. I'll look into that, Conrad. Thank you. Generally, Dr. Gimpfen, ATC would give you a cleared altitude, and they would probably use the hold to get you to descend further. Not always, but often when you're approaching an airport and you're asked to hold, it's so that they can get you down in the stack. Someone asked me to try the hold, and I thought I'd give that a go. So no one's put me here other than myself, but we're just doing a simple hold at Rubeb. We'll do one circuit, and then I think we'll press on. What are our constraints here? Let me just check. So we want to be at or above flight level 200 and at or below flight level 240. So we should stop our descent right now, right now. So it's not really following the hold, is it, if we're honest? It's doing pretty much exactly what it wants to do. Do I have a favourite aircraft in MSFS? I really like the CJ4. I like this as well. I've been flying this for a week, and I have to say, because I've been so keen to get the videos made and the content up and get us ready for today's stream, it feels I'm a little bit tired, a little bit tired and worn out. But yeah, I think this is absolutely fantastic. The first time I flew it and everything just worked properly, it was so exciting. Hello, eSuperfly. I'm using Bene overlay. Yeah, it's drawing it right, it's just not really flying it right, is it, if we're honest? What hold speed you got? Well, I'm just doing a 277 at the moment, which is probably a little fast for a hold, isn't it? Thinking about it, which could explain why it's not following it very closely. So let's slow down to 250. That is a valid question, which made me think. In the hold page, it's decided that we should be doing 265, but I think that's advisory. Often published holds will tell you, oh, and it's redrawn it for our new speed of 250. So yeah, that could very well explain what's going on there. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it drew it to be flown at 265 and I was doing 280. But we're doing 250 now. It has redrawn it, but that doesn't really explain why it came, you know, on an outbound radial that was so far away from what it said it was going to do. That would sort of suggest that you might end up with a wider hold if you're going too fast, or a longer hold. But it wouldn't really explain why it was heading in the wrong direction entirely, I don't think. Have they fixed LNAV? Well, this has its own advisory LNAV. Let's do one more lap of the hold, or maybe not actually. I think we all want to get the prize drawn. We'll do another hold on the next leg and try it again. How's that? Yeah, let's exit the hold now. Exit armed, that's what we'd expect to see. And meanwhile, we'll go back to our direct intercept page and see what we want to do about the descent. So this is another interesting thing I've noticed. The FMS has calculated that we want to be passing BATX at flight level 241, right? And it's suggesting that we need to climb to get up there, which obviously we're not going to do because that would be ridiculous. But over here, it's commanding or suggesting, whatever you would call it, a descent rate of over 2,000 feet per minute, and it suggests we're well above our vertical profile. So I can't really make sense of that, to be honest. Anyway, we'll up our speed again to 290 for now. It's done a good job of exiting the hold, I'll give it that. I think, to be confirmed, but I think so. And we'll stay level at flight level 200 for now, until we pass BATX, and then we'll carry on our descent again, I think. So at Uglet, we want to be between flight level 120 and flight level 160. Interesting. So why does it want us to climb out to BATX? I don't know. Let's keep descending. Let's ignore it. Let's keep descending. What am I doing? Let's leave that set to 10,000 for now. Well, we've already got vertical speed mode engaged, so we'll descend. And we'll try and get the pink banana to get us down to flight level 100, just beyond here. In fact, let's set 120 and then we can see exactly what we're doing. Increase our rate of descent a little more. The A32NX doesn't do holds at all, I believe. I have to say, the CJ4 for me has always flown holds absolutely perfectly. I haven't done many, admittedly, but the ones I have done have been absolutely fine. Jacob, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Ben, for the reminder about only answering once. So we are still a little high. Keep trying to follow the blue donut. Oh, excellent, Jenny. You got it going. I'm really pleased. I'm very pleased. Hello, Dan. Hello, Abd. Yes, it has been released. Yes, it has. That's why it's on the marketplace. So now, according to this, we're slightly below our vertical profile. But according to this, we're slightly above our vertical profile. Weird. Very weird. Hello to everyone in Brazil. I don't know how many of you there are watching, but a very warm welcome to you at least, Hangar88. No, I can't. Yeah, it is nice, Dan. And you'll notice that our loc has now been tuned. And I'm going to start bringing our speed back a little bit, and I'm going to go the old-fashioned way and actually have a look at the charts. Because I'm not convinced by the advice that the VNAV's giving me at the moment. It certainly contradicts, well, the PFD contradicts the CDU. And neither is actually seems to be following the constraints that it knows about. But you know, hey ho. Right. So where are we at the moment? We are inbound to Geelong. And we can be as low as... Okay, so we want to be at or below flight level 120 by the time we get to Medus, which we will be, easily. Let's lower our altitude, bring our speed back. And what I haven't done yet is set our landing elevation. Which is going to be 0. Use a little bit of speed brake to slow us down. And I'll use Alt-right click to pop out the panel so I can look at our landing elevation. You won't be able to see it. I don't know why, it's a Streamlabs thing. Whatever I do, I can't get it to display popped out panels. Anyway, as you will see, I've now set our landing elevation to 0. And we want to be at 2,000 feet, or we want to be at 2,400 by the time we get to Palm. Ooh, it doesn't know about that one. Maybe it does, hang on. Are we going past Palm twice? We might be. Nope, we're not. So let's set that correctly. So, a timely lesson to always check through your route. In the meantime, we'll keep coming down a little bit more. We've got no worries about minimum safe altitudes until we get to about 3,000 feet. The speed's nice and low. No, it doesn't cost a lot in FPS. No, I found it performs really well. Probably at least as well as the A32NX, if not a little better. Okay, let's sort out this altitude here, 2,400. Interestingly, doing that has just led a white line to appear there. Don't know what that's all about. And again, we've got a bit of a disagreement. This wants me to descend faster than I'm descending. This says I'm too low. I haven't tried secondary flight plan, Max 1Me. Looks like it does though, at first glance. Hello, Rodrigo. Yeah, I feared that. That's how I ended up recording my tutorial in the end, but I don't like doing that. And basically what's happened here, Matt, if you're still about, it's exactly what happened in our lesson the other day. I've captured the altitude without meaning to. I want to go lower, obviously. So we'll keep it coming down, and we're gonna trust the blue donut. That's what we're gonna trust more than anything. Okay, let's look at our descent checklist, see what we've missed. Inevitably some things. Done the landing elevation. We haven't done the landing data, so we'll do that. Performance, settle, done. Approach briefing. Well, we're going to land the plane, hopefully. There's your approach briefing. I'm alright, thanks, Rodrigo. How was school? Does the artificial horizon look small? Not to me, no. You can, Jonas, if you answer the question correctly, and you are lucky in the draw. Question is, how many seats are there in United Airlines CRJ 550? I'm just going to check our loc tuning, because I noticed the blue needles have disappeared. It should be on 108.1, and it is. Probably just a little out of range somehow. So we're passing through our transition level. We're going to switch to local pressure. 1016. Oh, and they're back. That's good. Yeah, the checklist is very, very handy. And I'm just going to continue our descent all the way down to 2000. It says we're low. Maybe we are a little low. But the blue donut still wants me to descend, so... Although this is what you'd call a cone of confusion, I think, Matt, isn't it? We've just gone past a waypoint. Sorry, I'm really struggling to keep up with the chat and fly the plane. I struggle just to fly the plane, to be honest. I'll repeat the question. How many passenger seats are there in the United Airlines CRJ 550? And it really doesn't like slowing down, this aircraft, in my experience. So once again, I'm going to sync my heading. Better late than never. I'm going to use a bit more speed brake. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. I pressed it and nothing happened. Oh, I'm on 2200. So I need to adjust that a little bit. There we are, 2000. And that's all looking pretty good. Pretty good. So we're essentially doing a downwind leg at the moment. I'll give you a quick look outside, because I know watching me stare at instruments probably isn't all that exciting. But the airport's over here somewhere. Yep, a random person's going to be picked. Everything you need to know about the giveaway, including the full terms and conditions, are in the video description. Going to keep the speed coming back now to 200 at most. And I'll adjust my speed bug to make that so. And I don't think that the aircraft is going to do this turn right. I'm going to give it a go. But I'm going to be ready to switch to heading mode and manually fly an intercept heading onto the ILS. Did it crash to test? Oh, hang on, what am I missing here? Oh, thank you, Scotty Bob. Thanks. No need to muck things up with a webcam or pictures. Excellent. Finally someone who agrees with me. I don't think you can open the cockpit door. Oh, we're getting very slow all of a sudden. See, I look away for 1 minute. It's all going wrong. So we're going to try and maintain that 200 for now. And in fact, no. I've changed my mind. We're going to reduce our speed down to 180. And I'm going to extend the first stage of flaps. So if need be, we can extend this downwind leg a little bit. Lots and lots and lots of things I've forgotten. Well, I forgot to turn off the landing lights and the seatbelt sign, so that's one less thing to do now. As I say, watch my tutorial if you want to know how to fly this thing properly. Don't watch what I'm doing now. So at 180 we can extend 8 degrees of flap, and I'm going to do that because why not? Let's get nice and prepared. And we'll see what happens with this turn here. Yep, how many passenger seats are there in the United Airlines CRJ 550s? It would be, yeah, so it's turning to the left. We don't want that, so we're going to engage heading mode. And we're going to make the turn ourselves. We may overshoot a little bit, that's fine. And what was our VREF? Let me just go back to the performance page. 138, okay. So we'll keep the speed coming back slowly, slowly. Change the speed bug down to 180. Not 180, whatever I just said, 138. Not the heading bug, silly. Keep the heading bug coming around to line us up. 138. And hopefully we can engage approach mode now. Let's see, we'll let the heading sort itself out now. Not taking any gambles at the present time. No, there's no auto throttle, no. So I'm controlling the thrust manually. And not making the best job of it. You really have to be good at multitasking to fly this plane well. Should be able to arm approach mode. Let's try it. Let's try it. We're on an intercept heading. We're still below the glide slope, and hopefully once we start intercepting it, this needle will turn green. Going well so far. I really like having a good long final and some time to set up. Oh, when I say green, I think I meant white. This is not the CJ4. So we're now intercepting the loc. We've got glide slope armed, and with a bit of luck, it'll intercept that as well, unlike last time. Don't forget to change the nav source. Tutorial doesn't say you have to change the nav source. I would expect it to auto, well, when it captures the localizer to automatically know that, but it does seem to have made a difference. Okay, let's get our speed back a little bit more to 170. Can anyone confirm or deny whether you have to change the nav source when you're capturing a localizer? I'm 99.9% sure that the tutorial doesn't say you do. I haven't watched the dude's video on the approach and landing though. That's a fair point, Dylan. That's a fair point. But I don't think that was the reason, because I've flown ILS approaches without doing it before, and they've gone absolutely fine. Have a little look out the window, shall we? So we're pretty much lined up with the runway, which is good to see. So we're going for flaps 20 now. Which we should be at before we intercept the glide slope. Why is my view so low? It's a good view for landing, but I think I do need to raise it up. I'm just not doing it. Oh, go on, I'll try it now. It can't go any worse than last time. Last time I said I'm not changing it because I know what I'm doing when I have this this angle. But it went wrong anyway. So here we are. We have a higher view now. Next gen CRJ's auto sequence, but you need to be on green needles to shoot an ILS. Perfect. Thank you, John. That is clear and concise, and I will remember that now. Depends if it's a next gen CRJ. I don't. Well, it doesn't look very next gen. Juan, yes, you do. Angle of attack does. Yeah, it did look high. It looks a bit better now. So the green ILS glide slope diamond is coming down nicely. Going to reduce our speed a bit more. Stick the gear down. And hopefully, it'll capture the glide slope. And it hasn't. And it hasn't. We're already well above the glide slope. So I guess I'll hand fly it. Flaps full. There is an approach button. It's there, it's armed, and that's how it captured the localizer. But it failed to capture the glide slope. Oops. I'm going to set the view back to what I know for now. I'll just maybe move it up a smidge. That'll do. Turn off the flight director because we're not following it because it's talking rubbish. Butter it. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Yeah, we're getting a little low.
Too low. Terrain.
Well, why are you giving me a terrain warning when we're quite clearly approaching a runway?
200.
And we have... Oh, we don't have full flaps. We don't have full flaps. Right, we're going around.
Too low. Flaps.
I was not properly configured.
Take rate.
100.
Bloody... excuse my language. Okay, we'll try that one again. We'll try that one again. Sorry to those of you who are very keen to hear about the giveaway. We'll re-engage the autopilot. Actually, first of all, we'll engage the flight directors, we'll sync our heading, we'll climb back up to 2,000 feet, and so we'll use speed mode for that. Okay, so none of the... Okay, we can do heading, that's something. Gear up, thanks. Thought I'd done that. I think I pressed it twice. I did warn you at the beginning, didn't I, that this was not going to go smoothly. Now we're overspeeding, I know. I don't need anyone to tell me. And we're just going to hand fly it round until such time. Yeah, speed mode isn't working. Why is that? Because it's too low, perhaps. Speed mode will now engage. Right, let's go in for another go then, shall we? We'll stick at flaps 1 with a speed of around about 180. And we'll let it descend to 2,100. And maybe this time it'll capture the glide slope, eh? Physics feel pretty good to me, but I've never flown this... what was I going to say? Yeah, physics feel pretty good, but obviously I've never flown one in real life, so I can't give a proper answer to that. First you fly on GPS mode, then you switch to nav. Nav kind of is GPS mode, isn't it? Try this for activate the glide slope. Press nav and then approach mode. It's a workaround when you fly the TBM. Oh, what? So turn the nav off first, you mean? Yeah, it would be better, but I decided, because we don't have that much wind, and that 05 is the preferred runway, I think that we'd just do a little bit of a tailwind landing. Sorry, Aditya. Can only apologise. Have I got 5,000 subs? That's incredible, if that's the case. Well, thank you. Thank you very much to those of you. Yeah, I have 512. Wow. I did not expect that to happen. Thank you to those of you who have subscribed. Thank you for those of you who have stuck around. And I'll try and get a decent landing out of this. And whatever happens, we're landing this time. Literally, whatever happens, we will get this on the ground. And then I'll give away 2 copies. 2 copies. So that's exciting. Might be the case that it's taking out capture over approach. Yeah, that seems to be what's happening. Now it's climbing. I don't really know why it's climbing. I selected 2,100, but it's going way above it. Is it me? Someone tell me if it's me. It won't let me engage. Oh, it has let me engage VS mode. Okay, so we want to descend back to 2,000. All I want to do is fly at 2,000. That's it. That's all I ask. We haven't done the second one yet, Tristan. More subs than the Russian Navy. Oh dear. Yeah, if anyone hasn't subscribed, well, first of all, you have to do it if you want to be in with a chance of winning. Secondly, come and watch me fly planes that I know how to fly sometime. I can announce the results in Discord, yeah, that's no problem. Right, getting a little slow again, but we are descending gradually to 2,000 feet, so that's nice. It does, but it allegedly, but it didn't for me, Satira. How do you join the giveaway? All the information you need is in the video description down below. This is the second flight, and the question is, how many passenger seats does a United Airlines CRJ 550 have? Great shooter, big fan from India. Oh, thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Definitely some of it's me, Luke, but it not capturing the glide slope was not me, I don't think. Let's go a little faster, shall we? This is taking forever, and let's have some outside views. Lovely part of the world to explore on a go around anyway. Henrik, it'll only register your entry if you just put the numbers in a single message. I don't know. I don't feel that I'm in a position to really criticise this aircraft too much. I think it's a combination of me being pretty early on in the learning process. And yeah, a couple of little bugs, but I think the whole thing came together to make that landing what it was. I.e. not a landing. Oh dear. You wish you didn't have enough... yeah, I have found the Skycam Easter egg. You wish you didn't have enough money to buy it. There are no wing views included with the pre-release version, but I've heard rumour that in the release version there are. Right, we don't need to fly all the way back out because, you know... The long approach went so well, I feel we may as well do a shorter final this time. Right, so once our speed drops below 180, we'll extend 8 degrees of flaps. See, that's not good, is it? I mean, it's supposed to be flying at 2,100 feet, but it's dropping below 2,000 now. It's not me, I don't think. The Swim Noob, thank you for the follow or sub. I'll reduce the range. The foam's ready on the on the runway. That's well, I can't argue with that, Aditya. Okay, so now we are turning to intercept the localizer. We're on a very nice intercept heading, so I'm going to arm approach mode again, which is that button there. Localizer 1 is flashing, suggesting it's about to capture it, and it seems to be. I'm going to extend flaps 20, and before we intercept the glide slope, assuming we do intercept the glide slope, I'm going to drop the gear again. Hello, Droya. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. It's not going terribly well, I'm afraid. Oh dear. So I've just done a go around. We're going to drop the gear here. And the reason, there are two reasons for the go around. The first one is that it didn't intercept the glide slope. So right now we have glide slope armed. We've got localizer 1 captured. And as the green dot passes through our current altitude, it should, by rights, start following it down. That didn't happen last time. The second reason for the go around is that I just failed to fly the plane properly after disengaging the autopilot. You're not Droya. Oh right, fake Droya. Anyway, whoever you are, welcome to the stream. Good luck in the competition. I haven't crashed yet, that's true. So we're on flaps 20. Let's extend the next stage. No, it's not capturing the glide slope. Let's quickly disengage approach and re-engage it and see if that makes it do it. It is not. Let's disengage the autopilot, turn off the flight directors, turn them back on, get rid of alt mode if we can. Can't get rid of alt mode, okay. Re-engage approach mode. No, it's just not going to capture this glide slope, is it? So let's get rid of the autopilot and just have another go at hand flying it, and this time try and do a better job. It won't let me disengage alt. That is the... Oh, it has now. Alright, we'll give it one more shot, shall we? It's got Loc 1 and pitch now. We're bang on the glide slope, so if it doesn't capture it this time, which it isn't, then there's nothing further I can do. Certainly the flight director should show a glide slope capture even if the autopilot's disengaged. No, not to worry. Not to worry. As I said, this time the plane is going to be on the ground by hook or by crook. And then we'll do a giveaway, which is why you're all here. But nav's not engaged, you see, and it captured the localizer fine. It was just the glide slope. It was just the glide slope that it messed up on. So nav, yeah, disengaging nav is something I would try if it wasn't capturing the localizer. Disengaging altitude sounds like something that makes sense if it's not capturing the glide slope, but that didn't work. Haven't armed the thrust reversers. Not used to having to do that.
500. 400.
Hello, Willie. And apologies to the rest of you whose messages I've missed. You can see what's going on here, right? You'll be understanding about me ignoring you for a little bit. Uh-huh.
Too low. Terrain.
200.
Too low. Flaps.
Yeah, I know, I don't have my final stage of flaps out, but there we are, we're landing without it this time. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everyone relax.
50.
Sync
40.
rate.
30. 20. 10.
As I said, we'll get it on the ground by hook or by crook this time. You should have seen my first flight in this plane. It was a thing of beauty. It was a thing of beauty. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The screen shows I do have full flaps. No, there's an extra notch. I'm on flaps 20, but I believe we should be able to have flaps 40. Yeah, I forgot that as well. Anyway, welcome to Toulon Air, everybody. It doesn't get old. It doesn't get old, the airplane joke. All right. Okay, here we are. Here we are. So we'll turn the landing lights off. We'll turn the strobe light off. We'll start the APU in a minute once I've got round this corner. Then we'll taxi to a gate. Shut down the engines. Do the draw for 2 winners. Don't forget, 2 winners now for this second round, and then 1 more to go for the final round. Final leg, I should say. So that's the main thing. That's the main thing. And then tomorrow, I'm back in the A320. We're going to do a flight from Sydney to Hobart at 11 AM British time. This is in the hope that some Australians can join. I'm going to be giving away 2 copies of the new Hobart and Cambridge scenery from NZA. And Harrison is very kindly also donating to both of those winners a copy of Orbex's Cityscape Sydney, a copy of AU Sims Ayers Rock scenery, and a copy of Fly Tampa's Sydney scenery. So it's a huge giveaway tomorrow in a plane that I can actually usually fly. Ryanair in disguise. Still, as I say, any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. I tell you what, I'm having more than 5 minutes. Can you use the prize money for a chiropractor? You can. I don't even know where we're going. So traumatized by those two approaches. I literally don't remember where the parking is. Anyway, this is the only way we could go, so we must be sort of on the right track. Oh dear. I haven't yet. Actually, no, it's not true. I have. I've had one tinny on this leg. I might do another one for the final leg. Yeah, I think I am heading to the repair hangar. I think you're right. Oh, this is right. So we're going to turn left onto this runway, which is not active, and that will take us to the civil apron, which is just behind these trees. Thank you, Zanis. Thank you very much for the congrats. Yeah, this is definitely the biggest stream I've ever done. It's probably because of all these new subscribers that I'm flying so badly, I think. It's pretty good for a first attempt. Oh dear, dear, dear. Dear, dear, dear. I'm really looking forward to putting my feet up. Oh my goodness me, the dude has just subscribed. The dude. Welcome to the stream. I'm so ashamed. Did you see that landing? It was truly shocking. 50k show the leg. Alright, 50k I'll show the leg. Oh, there's a bit of a delay, isn't there, with these subs? Maybe the dude didn't see that landing. Maybe he left a little while ago. I don't know. I hope he didn't see it. Maybe he spoke and I didn't read his messages. He might be long gone. My Streamlabs is doing weird things like playing replaying notifications from weeks and weeks ago. It replayed your donation message, Ben, the other day, yet again. I think that's the 4th time I've had it, when I was in the middle of recording a video. I tell you what though, I'm pretty good at taxiing the plane, aren't I? Are you impressed with my taxiing skills? Hello Liam, welcome to the stream. Luke, you hope yours. Yeah, let's see how many people have entered this contest. 542 entries. 542 valid entries. You got the right answer. A+ my taxi skills. Thank you, Scotty Bob. We'll just grade the landing on a curve. Yeah. Bit of an uphill segment here, which means a little more throttle than we're supposed to be using. And we'll pull into stand A3. And I'll show you that it is actually possible to get a jetway to connect to the aircraft. You just have to make sure you don't have the handrails raised. Well, I tell you what, if anyone has just bought it and has also entered the competition, do feel free to tell me you want to throw it back into the pot and I'll draw it again. Yeah, I'll have to, but I'm going to wait till I stop, Liam. Nice Uber review. Oh goodness me, yeah, this is driving me mad now as well. Let's do it right now. Don't try and taxi a plane while looking at a different window. Never mind, we're here. Welcome once again to Toulon. Yeah. Nice bit of thrust reverser animation there, you'll have noticed. So the APU is on. Going to turn off the nose wheel steering, turn off the thrust reversers, which we could have done during the taxi in, but you know, I was too traumatized to bother with all that sort of thing. And we're going to stop the right engine first. Now we're going to stop the left engine, because otherwise you can't reach the other switch. And let's get the door open. And I've clicked the thing to make sure that the handrails are lowered. And now if I start Pushback Express, or indeed use the ATC, we'll connect the jetway. I've left the flaps down so they can check for damage, Caffel. Yeah, not perfect jetway animation, but still, nice looking jetway. A nice looking custom jetway. And a nice looking airport overall, I must say. Oh, goodness me. Right, let's get this draw done then. Let's get this draw done. So we're up to 555 eligible users, and two people are going to win a prize. I'm going to remind you how this is going to work. You are going to send me via email to philbertflies@gmail.com your YouTube username and the email address to which you'd like the PayPal amount sent. And I'll be sending £45.15 to you via PayPal as soon as I receive that. And now for the draw. So the first winner of the cash value of the CRJ is Sander Herman. Sander, are you still in the chat? Congratulations. And I think it's time for the second winner. I'm just going to make a note. Sander Herman. Right, I've got your name down now. The second winner is Lucas Beneman. Lucas, are you still in the chat? Are you Luke? Sander, you're still here. Excellent. We think Lucas isn't here. Okay. Well, Lucas, if you're watching this back, you have 24 hours to send me the email address to which you want the PayPal amount sent. So if I receive that by this time tomorrow, then I will give you your prize. If not, then someone random from my Discord server will get it as per the terms and conditions. Oh, you are here, Lucas. Excellent. Well, congratulations to both of you. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, plan the next flight, maybe even have a little bit of a lie down, and and I'll come back and put myself through it all over again. So we've got one more copy to give away. That'll be done in exactly the same format as this. And I will ask another question on the next stream to find another winner. See you shortly. Right, I'm back. Hello everybody, and thank you for bearing with me while I set up the next flight, and had a little piece of chocolate just to tide me over until dinner time. So we have one remaining prize draw to do, which will be done at the end of this last leg from Toulon-Hyères back to Paris-Orly. Hello Morton, welcome. Kaime, hello again. Right. Let's try and find a cockpit view, and we'll get started. And I'm going to start at the beginning again and just sort of try and get myself back into the flow. As Caffel pointed out, I didn't even retract my flaps after that landing, such was the trauma. But anyway, we'll go through the originating checklist again, make sure everything's set up. So let's check our external lights. We should have nothing on but the nav light. We had the beacon light on as well. We can leave the logo light on, that's fine. Firex monitor test, that's only for the first flight. Fuel panel checked, bleed air panel, that's fine. APU panel, the APU's on. Start panel's fine, hydraulic panel's fine. ELT. Did I arm that? If I didn't arm that, it's been disarmed for a very long time. Yep, that's armed. Hello to you in Germany, NWAUSB. Yeah, it's been a long day. But we only have one more flight to go. We have one more giveaway to do. Yeah, my system specs are up to date. Yeah. Nose wheel steering should be off, and it is. Oh, I remembered that. That's amazing. Didn't retract the flaps, but did switch the nose wheel steering off. Upper pedestal thrust lever quadrant's going to be fine. Your damper still engaged. Trims will do, well, they should all be in the green. That's what we want to know for now, and they are. So, we can start setting up the CDU. So we'll go back to the index page so that we're starting from the same place. We'll go to POSINIT, and we'll go to the next page, copy the GNSS position, plonk it in there, execute if we need to, go to the flight plan, and we'll import the route that I just did in SimBrief, LFTH, LFPO. Ooh, something's gone wrong already. Oh, I know, I didn't actually, no, apparently I didn't save it. LFTH, LFPO, there we are, that's saved now. Hooray! Airfront 7503. Third time's a charm, absolutely. Yeah, Airfront 7503. This is another real-world flight. Every flight we've done has been a real-world flight. So if you fancy flying any of these yourself, do. We'll go over to the departure and arrival page and see what we're set up to do. So we landed on runway 5, but the wind was actually a slight tailwind, and we did that because I think it's the preferred runway for arrivals. But for departures, we've got SIDS from both directions, so I think maybe we'll take off into the wind. Sort of do it the old-fashioned way, if you will. Yeah, will we? Yeah, we'll take off from runway 23. There we are, decision made. And we'll follow the Julie 2 Whiskey departure, execute that, and that should all change around here. You've missed 3 out of the 4 giveaways, Alexander. There's one more. Yes, this is Payware Scenery. The link's in the description. Oh, Alan, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Bailey, hello. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. What else have I missed? Take 3. Oh, that's what I haven't done. I haven't actually set up for the final giveaway. So let me do that now. And I just wanted to check this because people have been saying different things, and I'm suddenly no longer sure of my answer. I won't keep you. Yeah, so I was going to ask what the range of the CRJ 700 is, but actually there are a number of slightly different figures given for that. So I'm going to try and pick a slightly different question. Okay, I've got a new question. Let me just make a note. No, that's a bad question as well, because there's two possible answers. Okay, we're going to go for a really, really easy one. We're going to go for a really, really easy one. Because we've all had a long day. You've missed 3 out of the 4 giveaways, A Supertramp, but there's another one coming during this flight. So today what we've done, hello LJ Vlogs, what we've done is we've started off in Montpellier, we flew to Paris-Orly, then we flew down to here in Toulon-Hyères, and now we're flying back to Paris-Orly for the final time. And I'm just setting up Nightbot. Keyword, put in the keyword, done. Okay, and I'll ask the question once we are underway. So we've set up our departures and arrivals. We're going to do our load sheet now. You should have seen my flights when no one was watching. In fact, go and watch my tutorial flight, Morton. That went beautifully. The approach wasn't great, and then actually either thinking about it, but the rest of it went, yeah, it's perfect. And it's very much a case of my instruction was very good, my actual hand flying less so. Thank you, Exile. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's exactly the sort of thing I need to hear. Right, so weights, what are we doing? Fuel-wise, we need 3,902 kilograms. Oops, wrong one. 3902. That question is over. So I think I didn't switch off Nightbot quickly enough. The answer was 50. But that draws over, and I'll be asking the next question once we're underway. Zero fuel weight is 27570. That's not really how a plane like this works, Thomas. Right, what am I doing? 27570. Set payload in simulator, and we'll copy the perf init data to the FMS while we're here. So now if we go to the perf page, and I will come back to finish setting up my flight plan afterwards, we haven't done the arrival yet. Go over to perf init, then the figures are in. We just need to add our cruising altitude, which once again is going to be flight level 380, not whatever KL stands for. FL380. It's a very complex plane, Alexander. So yeah, if you want something to get your teeth into, then I'd say so. I'd say it's worth it. But if you mostly like doing longer haul, then maybe it's not the one for you. Transition altitude is 5,000 feet. And on the way down, we're going to use... Oops, wrong one. On the way down, we're going to use flight level 60 for our transition level. Back to the departures and arrivals now, and we'll go back to the... Oh, we haven't... Okay, we haven't actually finished that page. I thought we had. Go to the arrival for Orly. We can expect, once again, a runway 25 arrival, and that went so well last time. I'm very much looking forward to doing it all over again. And I think we're doing the same arrival as well. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was the Peber 9 whiskey. Via the Mole 6 whiskey as well. Let me just check my navigraph, make sure. Yep, that's the one. And execute. We'll go to the legs page, get rid of any discontinuities. As I said earlier, sometimes you want your discontinuities, but when you're not flying with ATC, then you don't need them. Have a quick look through on the nav display. Go to the MFD Advanced page, next waypoint. So yeah, as I don't know if I've said this already, I might have done. This is the flight I do in my tutorial video. So I have done it more times than I care to remember. But I had to bolt another flight on because of Aerosoft's generosity with giving away a third copy. And I did think about maybe doing something in the States, but I thought, oh, then we'll have to reload the sim and blah blah blah. So yeah, we're instead simulating a day in the life of an Air France hot pilot. Let me get my notes out again. To be honest, the nav database that comes with this is J equals jet, very good. The nav database that comes with this is actually pretty up to date, so there's no great hurry. I haven't updated mine, and it's had all of the waypoints I've needed so far. Okay, good. That's our FMS setup, or CDU setup, both probably, complete. So we just need to do our V-speeds, 127, 134, 143. And if I press the Set All button, you'll see them update over here. Ah, I don't Phantom, I'm sorry. I'm no good with crashes and things. Thomas, it's not a question of me not wanting to take off. It's a complex plane, and if you don't set it up right, you don't go anywhere, unfortunately. So I have to go through all this. I reckon we'll be taking off in about 10 minutes, something like that. Well, maybe a little bit more by the time we've taxied out there. You accidentally stopped watching. Sander and Lucas won the last two prizes. Right, let's do our before start checklist. Passenger signs, let's check those. They are both on. Landing elevation is still set to 0, as it should be. Altimeters have been set. FMS has been checked and set. IRSs are aligned. Radio and nav aids. By rights, we should probably tune some of those in, but we're not going to. We're going to rely on the FMS, which, to be fair, has done us proud so far. We'll move over to the cleared to start checklist. We'll shut the doors. We'll get rid of the jetway first and then shut the doors. And we'll speak to our nice French ground crew yet again, who fly with us and do all of the pushbacks. Yeah, that's fair enough, XR. It's certainly not a bad idea. Passenger door closed. Wheel chocks are removed. Back to the checklist. So we'll turn the beacon on. We'll turn the fuel pumps on. They're still on. We didn't bother switching them off. Ah, dear. Beacon on. Good.
Cockpit to ground.
Let's get going.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine
Oh,
start.
Roger.
Simpansi, I'm sorry to hear that.
Parking
That
brakes.
sucks.
Parking brakes released.
Pushing back.
Well, you never know, it splits. If you enter the competition, you might not need to
Okay,
purchase it
you're
later.
clear behind and you can start your engines. at your discretion.
Should we risk a start while we're on the move? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it for Thomas's sake. Get things going, eh? This is a tough turn. Someone remind me to retract the flaps, please. Once the engines are started. We didn't have hydraulic power, that's why I couldn't do them on the stand, I think. That's about 20. Flip the red switch. Bring that forward. Remember not to accidentally shut the engine off. And we'll start our turn. Yeah, views are dropping. I think everyone... Oh, we're going the wrong blooming way. Come on, man. Don't point your nose towards the dead end. How's about that? Views are dropping. I'm not surprised. I imagine a lot of people have gone off to fly their own copies by now. Thanks, Tom. Just going to do a bit of a 3-point turn with the pushback to get us set up on the taxi line. And this final version is being donated by Tom himself. Final version, final copy. You know what I mean. Satira, no worries. Thank you for sticking around for so long, and hope to see you again on another stream. The pushback car sometimes just doesn't appear. So, I mean, it's there now, funnily enough. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't appear. I think it depends if you park at the gate that it wants you to park at or not. Yeah, this is our it's our second invisible pushback of the day, I think. And the invisible pushback tug driver is not doing a great job here. It's a tricky turn. I told you it's a tricky turn, especially if you start turning the wrong way. And now going forward, it's really not turning at all, which is odd. One more time for luck. And as soon as the nose wheel's on that taxi line, that's good enough for me.
Pushback completed. Set the parking brakes, please. Pushback completed. Set the parking brakes, please.
Oh, I don't know, Colin. I don't
Parking
know.
brake set.
I don't know.
Roger. Okay, tow bar is disconnected.
Thank you,
and
Jay.
The equipment is clear. We will see you on the left side with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
In fact, I won't retract them all the way. We need them at 8. We'll just check that they're going back. And now we'll start the second engine. So same process again, up here. I hope, if nothing else, you've got a good feel for how to operate this aircraft from all these flights. You may not have a good idea of how to hand fly it beautifully, but in terms of pushing the right buttons at the right time and how the flows work, I hope it's been useful from that perspective. Tug driver's still a bit wonky from partying last night. Yeah. How is Le Frames? Le Frames are pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. There's 20%. Haven't noticed any worsening of a performance with this aircraft compared with the A32NX. Put it that way. Yeah, so Jan or Jan, I would say if you can fly the A32NX, you won't have any trouble with this performance-wise. You can buy this either from the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace or from Aerosoft.com. Okay, so that's 2 good engine starts, so we can turn off the APU. Switch that one off. We should by rights wait for it to spool down, but we're not going to. in the interest of getting underway. And the after start checklist next. Generators are in auto, electrics have been checked, bleed valves are auto, packs are on, APU is off. Anti-ice should be off, I think it is off. Yes, it is. Probe heat is on, because we didn't switch it off. Should have done really, but never mind. Nose wheel steering can now be armed. And for the taxi we should arm the fluster reversers, but we're not going to. Hello Timothy. No auto throttle, that's correct. The 3 of the giveaways have been done. The final giveaway is yet to start, so you've still got a chance. Okay, performance, that all seems good. We've done our V-speeds. Let's turn on the taxi light and get taxiing. Oh, is it buffering? Oh no. You'd have thought the one advantage of accidentally streaming at 720p would be that you wouldn't have to deal with buffering, wouldn't you? Anyway, we'll turn the flight directors on. We'll check our SID chart, make sure we don't have any altitude constraints. I don't think we do. No, so we'll set the cruising altitude once we're on a straight bit. So during the climb, no, the CRJs don't have auto throttle in real life. During the climb, the aircraft will manage your airspeed by adjusting your pitch, and the FADEX will give you the correct engine output for that. During the cruise, descent and landing, you do it the old-fashioned way. You manually adjust the throttles. How much power is required for taxi? Well, you should be able to taxi. You shouldn't use more than 30% of N1. If you're going uphill, you might need to. I can't remember what the dude said. I think you're allowed to use up to 45%. I've occasionally had to use a little bit more than that. I think I did at Orly. Let's see if I crash. Yes, let's. External view, yes, absolutely. The cockpit does look really good, yeah. No worries, Garrett. I should say, if you want to enter this competition, you must be a subscriber, so do click the subscribe button if you haven't already. And even if you don't want to enter the competition, click the subscribe button. We're doing another giveaway tomorrow of some Australian scenery, which I haven't yet got round to sorting out, but it'll be at 1100 Zulu. No, it doesn't, Dennis. It is a beautiful plane, yeah, inside and out. They've done a really, really good job with the modelling. So everything you need to know about the competition is in the video description. But the gist of it is I'll be asking a question after takeoff. Everyone who gives the correct answer to the question typed into the YouTube chat will be entered into a draw to win, what did we decide, £45.14 after we land at Orly, which is for you to spend on the Aerosoft CRJ. Specs are in the video description too. It comes with quite a few liveries, yeah. Thank you, Mick. No, I'm not smoking DH simulations. Tim Gel. I assume you mean liveries, right? 2250? What's that in relation to? Does that say 38,000? Yes, it does. Hello, Ryan. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at 109 Squadron. I missed your message. Greetings to you in Mexico. And I too hope everyone has their tray tables stowed and their lap belts fastened more securely than they ever have done before. I don't know. I think everyone who was going to leave has probably left by now. I think the rest of you are probably in it for the long haul. Does it fly well? Sometimes. Sometimes it does. I've had a few issues. It hasn't captured the glide slope on the last 2 approach attempts I've made, which, to be fair, is something I've only experienced once in the previous week when I've been trying it out and making videos of it. Eaten too many fingernails. You never know, Zanis. You've got as much chance as anyone. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams anyway. That's the main thing. The giveaways are once in a blue moon. The streams are several times a week, and yeah, that's what it's all about, really. Giveaways are just a nice treat once in a while. I would really actually love to do a giveaway for regulars only, but it's a bit dodgy legally. Certainly, to do one for just Club Filbert members would certainly be dodgy. No, that's correct. There's no auto throttle in the CRJ. That's too much, Neely Neilster. Too much. I can't cope with this anymore. Did I set my trim? I can't remember. I've got a feeling I didn't actually. We want it to be 6.5 and it is 8.4, so no, I didn't. That's that set. And let's do the checklist. Got to turn on the thrust reversers, of course, because we didn't do that during taxi. Lights and strobes. On. Flight attendant advise fuel cross flow to manual. Transponder we're not bothering with because we're the only people in the whole world. Radar terrain display is not modelled. CAS has been checked. Right, let's get going. Yeah, it's true. 109 Squadron. I'll tell you what I want to do for 5,000 subs. It's what I was going to do for 4,000 subs, but you saw what happened today. I'm going to do at some point, I don't know when, I'm going to try and do JFK to Dublin in the A32NX. I haven't flown the fly-by-wire for a while, FS Madness, so I haven't flown the latest few builds, but no, I can't say I've experienced that so far. Bene overlay is what I use for the overlay. I don't know the answer to that actually, Lord Volt. I think you should be able to see them if you have the same add-on. I'm not certain. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's do it one more time, once more for luck. Engine stable. Up to toga. Oh, we haven't pressed the takeoff. There we are. A little bit of trouble with the old rudders there. Not quite enough rudder input to get it straight down the runway. I mean, I couldn't put in enough rudder input to get it straight down the runway. Anyway, positive rate, gear up. We're going to switch straight over to nav. because we want to make this left turn to follow the SID. Flaps 1. And the flight director's decided, unlike last time I flew this exact flight, that it doesn't want to show me where to go. Now it does. Flaps up. Try again. Nav. There we are. And speed. And we're above 6,000 feet, so we can engage the autopilot. Bit of a bump, and it's not quite following the flight directors. Never mind, we can increase the speed to 250. Why is it in roll mode? I've chosen nav up here, it says it's engaged. Okay, so we'll go to heading mode instead. And this is why you sync your heading. And we seem to be doing okay. It's lowering the nose to increase our speed to 250, which I haven't quite set. Now, if I arm nav mode, it should intercept. But last time I flew this very route, as you'll see in my tutorial video if you watch it, I just engaged nav and it flew this course perfectly. Weird. So now we're up, we can turn off the fuel auto override. We'll disarm the thrust reversers. And we'll do the climb checklist. Done. I'm getting better at remembering the flows, that's something. And we're passing the transition altitude, so we'll set standard pressure. Show plane, okay. Here's the plane. I'm following GPS, so the FMS route, Ian. William, yeah, that aviation simulation is right. Apparently the release build has wing views, but the pre-release that I'm flying does not, I'm afraid. Yeah, of course I can show you the TCAS. Yep, no problem. So where are we? I've got a view for this. So you set the transponder down here in the RTU, radio tuning unit. You just select the field and twiddle the knob to get what you want. In terms of TCAS, well, you have to have ATC select turned to 1, and then there's a TCAS button here where you can change the modes and so on and so forth. And if you want to our flight plan seems to have disappeared, unless I accidentally changed. No, it didn't intercept the course, did it? I was too busy looking outside. Okay, let's do a direct to. Let's go direct to Julie. Hopefully it'll draw us a line if I can get back to the right mode. I was so sure it was going to intercept the course and it didn't. Let's decrease the range. I'm not flying this whole thing on heading mode if it's not going to work. So we should be going direct to Julie, and then we should be going to MRM. Oh Christ, that's what I haven't done, AU Pilot, thank you. I switched to localizer and I forgot to switch back. Thank you. But why isn't it giving me a path after Julie? Ah, you're right, Ian. You're right. Unbelievable. Very much amateur hour today in the CRJ. Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me, Mr. Juandover. Okay, next question, seeing as we have some very sensible and knowledgeable people on here. I would expect to see a line between Julie and MRM because we don't have any discontinuity in the legs page. But I'm not seeing that. So what's happened there? Is it because I did a direct to Julie and it doesn't know what to do next? Ah, maybe it's because we've got it twice. Anyway, let's do some other stuff while we work out what's going to happen next. We'll turn off the landing lights because we're above 10,000 feet. We'll turn off the seatbelt sign. You're right, you're right. If I hadn't flown that blooming Airbus so much, I wouldn't be in this position. It's absolutely true. Try selecting MRM and placing it on top of itself and then executing. Okay. You little beauty, once again. Once again. You're right, I am still in heading mode. Thank you. There we are, FMS1, climb 290. That's exactly what we want to see. You can come on all of my flights now, AU pilot. In fact, you must come on all of my flights and instruct me on what I'm doing wrong. Oh, thanks, Exa. Well, I have done one tutorial on it, which covers a full flight in about an hour. No, the cockpit door doesn't open. I did actually, in the week leading up to release, try and get one of the devs to give me a lesson, a bit like I did with Matt on the CJ4. And unsurprisingly, a week before release, none of them were available to help. So, but you know, never say never. YouTube chat is the safety pilot, yeah. Oh, do you really? That's incredible. Drop me an email, AU pilot, if you'd honestly like to help out. That would be really, really awesome to collaborate on something with you. It's philbertflies@gmail.com. I do have Discord and other stuff. Yeah, you can type !Discord. I don't know what other stuff you're after. You can give me money, as Nightbot has just pointed out, if you want to make a donation. That's always very much appreciated. I have Club Filbert, which is my membership program. You can click the join button below if you want to know more about that. Yeah, so I did the first look review, and then I also did what I've called a buy it and fly it tutorial, which is very much the basics. I try and fly it realistically. I do a much better job of it than I'm doing today because I had the luxury of, if you can call it that, of spending 18 hours on it. Does pitch mode activate if you move the VS wheel? I don't think so. I don't think it does. No. There is a cabin, yes, there is a cabin. But the pre-release build that I'm using doesn't have any custom views set up for the cabin, so the only way to look at it is through the drone mode, which I did earlier on. Yes, we're doing... Have I not? I haven't asked the question, have I? Hang on, let me just get Nightbot sorted out and we'll get the final giveaway underway. So I think it's a relatively easy one, certainly easy if you know the answer. Okay, so the final question, and I'll just run through once again how this all works. There are full terms and conditions and instructions in the video description down below. So one winner will be chosen at random at the end of this flight and will receive £45.15 sent via PayPal. So what I'll need from you is your PayPal email address, which you can send me by email or Discord chat. And the question I'd like you to answer to be in with a chance of winning is, which company manufactured the CRJ? Which company manufactured the CRJ? I'm looking for a one-word answer, and you can type it in the chat. That's excellent. That's excellent news, Tom. I look forward to getting my hands on the release version at some point. Just to reiterate, for the sake of Caffel and the other mods, please don't answer more than once. You won't get more than one entry. It's one entry per person, and all it does is fill up the chat unnecessarily. So answer once only, and you'll be in with a chance of winning at the end of this flight. One word answer only. One word answer only, or it won't get counted in. There's always one, Morton. There's always one. We could turn off the anti-ice now. Did I? Oh, I didn't have it on, did I? There's been no cloud at all. Okay. And you must be subscribed to the channel to be in with a chance of winning this. No, I thought I had to turn off the anti-ice, but I hadn't turned it on. I was wrong. Because there's no cloud, so we don't need it. You make a worrying point there. So you can only view the cabin via drone. I can, because I've got a pre-release version which doesn't have any interior views included with it. But if you buy the release version, then apparently it does have internal views. So we switched over to Mac hold, but we need to double check that, because so it auto changes, but it doesn't always do it at the right point, so you don't always get the right Mac number. Going to sync the heading. Always sync the heading. Don't watch what I do and think you don't have to. You absolutely do. Oh, is it? The CRJ 200 is one of your favourite planes. Cool. Do you know, I've never flown on a CRJ, and I knew virtually nothing at all about them until this add-on came along. The answer I want is not Mitsubishi, but I can see why people are saying that. It's valid, but I can only accept one answer, and it's not Mitsubishi that I'm looking for. Where is the weather radar is inoperative. It's not included yet. They're hoping to add it later. Yeah, I mean the reality is that nobody makes the nobody makes the CRJ. Hence, I said who was the manufacturer of the CRJ. Oh, you went to a Bombardier plant. Nice. Are you from Quebec, Cherry? You'd love a Dash 7 or Dash 8. Yeah, me too. Me too. No, I'm not eating anything, the Sim Pilot. I'm not eating anything. I'm vaping. Yeah, that's what. Maybe that's what you can hear. What am I vaping on? An e-leaf ice stick. Yes, I'm reliably informed that including VAT, it's £45.15. According to Wikipedia, yeah, it's out of production now. Yeah, I think a Dash 8 is right up there as one of the top planes I'd like. I used to fly one in FS 2004 and I loved it. I loved it. So that beep means we are within 1,000 feet of our set altitude. So we're going to need to keep an eye on the speed, and as we level off, reduce the throttle levers. Yeah, it could be the coil. I don't know. It tastes alright. Yes, E-jets would be nice as well, definitely. See, this is it. All these newcomers, they don't know me yet. They don't know me. They don't know that I vape and fly. It's sort of you got to love me and my vape, or neither. No, not a fan of that sort of comment, actually, Jay. You're about to begin vaping and fly again too. Good, good. No, I'm not a real pilot. Thank goodness. If you'd watched my last two landings, you wouldn't be asking that. And Andrea, or Andreas. Andrea, I think. Oh, I didn't know that, LJ Boggs. That's good to hear. I'm also slurping a beer during this this particular leg, just to make things more interesting. Yeah, it's not easy, Jenny. It's not easy. If it was easy, I'd be doing a better job of it. Yeah, I think actually it's a bad idea to try and fly the plane and send the money to the last two winners at the same time. No, William, the non-PayPal one's already been done. That was the first one, I'm afraid, which you did have an entry in, but you were unlucky, I'm afraid. Can I turn off one of the boost pumps? You want to see it? Yeah, go on. I'll turn off the left boost pump. What would we expect to see? Got a ding. Left fuel pump caution. I suppose you probably want to look at the ICAS page as well, right? Do we have a fuel ICAS page? Yes, we do. Is that the one we'd look at? So that's what it looks like with the left fuel boost pump off. Thank you, AU Pilot. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You'll super chat $50 if I crash the plane. It's not worth $50 to me. I've got a reputation here, Jay. Which liveries are available at the moment? I don't know if I can remember all of them off the top of my head. I'm going to turn that boost pump back on because it's worrying me. I don't know if it should or not. So we've got Air France Hop, we've got Lufthansa Regional, we've got Delta SkyWest, we've got another Delta, we've got American Eagle, Alaska, and I want to say Frontier, but I'm not sure that's right. You're having to use the mouse a lot more. Oh, okay. I see. I always use the mouse, so I'm used to that. I don't have anything to map anything to. Sim flying 8 bottles to the throttle. Dear, dear, dear. Right, sorry, I've missed a lot of chat. CRJ50 has a private... Oh, that's right. Yes, thank you. Thank you, it's Blitz. This is the trouble with scrolling up the chat. People have already answered. Good, okay. I sort of assumed that would be the case, but didn't like to risk it. Does that answer your question, whoever was interested? Is the logic modelled properly? No, IBEX isn't there, unfortunately. Yeah. So I don't know what to do this time then, if that's true. You're not the first to have said it can't capture the glide slope if it's in level flight. That's not great, is it, really? But alright, I'll try it right. You've told me what I should do. I should try descending slightly. Okay, I'll do that. Boost pump off, won't hurt any... Oh, the corporate pilot dad. Hello. Nice to see you. Motive flow. Okay. Interesting. Where do you buy the CRJ? You buy it from Aerosoft.com or the Flight Simulator Marketplace. Yeah, I'm sure someone will make the livery. You're back after a tiny break. Welcome back, Demetris. Hello, Dominique. Good. The corporate pilot dad does some fantastic videos which he puts on flightsim.com. Really interesting stuff if you want to check his channel out. We've got a lot of real-world pilots in today. It's very nice to have your hints and tips. Oh, Reverend Dicky, you're off. Off for a nap at noon. Good for you, good for you. Richly deserved. Much love to you too, and I'll see you on the next one, I hope. Yeah, I'll try that, Paul. The question for this giveaway is, which company manufactured the CRJ? And I'm looking for a one-word answer. Where is the giveaway announcement on? I don't quite know what you mean, Pingo. But in the video description you'll find a link to the terms and conditions and all the details you need about how to enter. So the winners will be announced at the end of this flight after I shut down the engines. Tyler, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. And if anyone hasn't subscribed to my channel, you must do that to be in with a chance of winning. I always forget to say that bit. I don't know why. Wow, is that true? 487 different types. Wow. The last two giveaways were won by Sander and Lucas. The question is, I'll repeat it again, which company manufactured the CRJ? Oh, thank you. That's really nice to hear, Corporate Pilot Dad. Thank you. I felt a little bit of a charlatan, I have to say, when Nels put my CJ4 tutorial up. I was a little bit uncomfortable with that whole situation, what with you flying corporate jets for real, and then me plonking that on there. But anyway, I appreciate your kind words. Morton. I should clarify. Who manufactured the CRJ in the real world, not who made the add-on? Mein Gott. So, I mean, I'd like to say this is all going swimmingly, and it has been for a little while. The aircraft's flying along nicely. I'm not sinking my heading bug, but what's new there? We're doing roughly 0.74 Mach, getting a little bit slow. I don't know why the snowflake is showing us as above our course, because we do want to be flying at flight level 374. No, sorry, flight level 380. I was reading this. Don't know what's going on there. What happens if I put in FL 380 here? It's still saying we're above our vertical path. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Let's go to the MFD menu, switch on VNav, and then when we get closer to our top of descent, it'll give us some useful information here. So 30 minutes to go in the flight, probably 40 minutes by the time we've taxied in, and then final giveaway, and then I'm going to have a little lie down, I think. So a just one word answer. We need just one word answer. It's definitely Lockheed Martin. Winkelbrand was an astonishing pilot. Yeah, I will. I'll do that. I'll do that. Right, what else have I missed? Does the CRJ 700 have VNav? No, it doesn't have VNav in the way you might be used to it. It has advisory VNav. So that means that it'll tell us how fast we should be descending, and we have to follow it in vertical speed mode. Actually, I'm not going to have a lie down straight away. I'm going to send some winners some money. That's probably a a nice thing to do. It's been long, isn't it? It has been long. It was originally going to be 2 legs, and then Aerosoft threw a spanner in the works by offering a third copy, so I had to add another leg. And flying an aircraft that you're really not that familiar with is tiring. Next, LFBD. I don't think we have any scenery for Bordeaux, and I'm a bit precious about not flying to default autogen airports, I'm afraid, so LFBD will have to wait a little while. In fact, I think my next CRJ stream, I'm probably going to do a couple of hops in the US. I mean, I don't usually, Lars. I think I've done 2 other streams that were anywhere near this long. One was my Heathrow to Chicago in the 787, and one was my triple Orbex giveaway that I did to celebrate 3,000 subs. And at least with those I was flying aircraft well, the Chicago hop was just a little bit dull, to be honest with you, but the other ones I was flying aircraft that I understood. This is the most tiring stream I've done, I think. It's been good fun though. It's been good fun in spite of the crunchy landings and all the rest of it. Yeah, I did cross the pond. I will be, Kevin, hello. Yes, I did cross the pond, and I will be doing it again to celebrate 5,000 subscribers, which is a figure I didn't think I'd reach today. So that's great. Have I looked at Washington National? No, not yet. It's on my list, but I've got a lot on my list, I have to say. I've got to do Kristiansand. I've got to do Hobart and Cambridge, and then maybe I'll get round to Washington National, but unfortunately I've got to go to work for 12-hour shifts from Thursday, so it's going to be at least well, a good few days before I get my next review done, I'm afraid. What am I using for throttles? I'm using just the slider on my joystick. I don't have a separate throttle. Thank you, Exo. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Next giveaway is after we land, AL. Question is, who manufactured the CRJ? One word answer. Thank you, Corporate Pilot Dad. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yes, Narita is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Aspen is a fun approach. I was considering, yeah, that was on the radar, doing Dallas Fort Worth to Aspen. But given how it's gone today with some fairly straightforward ILS approaches, I fear I'm not quite ready. Where are we? We are over France. Do you mean more specifically? We are about 80 nautical miles from our top of descent. We're flying to Orly again. Considered Kaitac? No, not interested in Kaitac because it's closed. Yeah, there is a HUD. I don't know how to use it, but there is a HUD. And if I can remember how to get it down, which I can't. I think I managed to do it from this view before. You actually have to click the glass bit. And this is where I should be sitting, I think. That's what the HUD looks like. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Why is my FPS not low? I don't know. I haven't suffered with low FPS in this sim particularly. Yeah, overland. I'm not logging this flight on Volantia. Actually, it totally slipped my mind. It was all a bit of a rush to get set up because I had to launch my 3 pre-recorded videos. And then I had to get the plane set up, and I was chatting on my Discord, and so no, it totally slipped my mind. Is the turb button selectable when the autopilot is active? I don't know. I don't know. I also don't really know where the turb button is, if I'm brutally honest. But if you point me in the right direction, oh, there it is. Right. I don't know what does it do. Yes, it is. It is. I still don't know what it does, though. Do fill me in. Oh, I bet, Tristan. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I would love a decent Cheplap cock, though. Be nice to do some flights around Asia, basing myself out of there. Yeah, that's how I end up in the messes I end up in, Colin. The turb decreases the rate of change for the flight duration. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. To participate in the giveaway, you have to type the answer to the following question in the live chat. Which company manufactured the CRJ? I'm looking for a one-word answer. Cool, thank you, VRAF. Do you fly these things for real as well, by chance? Oh, you may have already answered that. I'm a little bit delirious. I know AU pilot does. I think you said you did. There is a United Express livery, yes. For the 550. So I'm just going to get a few things set up for the descent now. I think we're going to set the landing elevation again. And you know, I know it off by heart. I've flown in here so many times. It's 280. And as ever, because I'm not streaming the whole screen, you won't see the panel I've just popped out. But I'll show you it afterwards. Do not press the red button. Can you move through the entire plane? No, you can't. You can't. But the release version does apparently have cabin views as well. No, Callum. No, it's not. You're not the first to have asked that. The correct answer that I'm looking for is the company that manufactured the jet in the real world, not the sim version. I haven't tried VREF. I haven't tried. It has advisory VNAV. You can set up the CRJ now. It's available to buy right now. Switching to external air after landing at Kai Tak was special. I bet. Harry, I don't understand what you're saying there. Sorry, one question answer for that. Don't understand. Did I say one question answer? I meant one word answer. Fusilier, there is a different answer I'm looking for, but I can see why you said that, and you're not wrong. But that's not the answer I'm looking for. Can anyone tell me why the white snowflake is showing us as too high? If I go to my VNAV page, we've definitely set flight level 380 as the cruise altitude, and we definitely haven't passed our top of descent. I don't know what you mean by an MDA approach, I'm afraid. Oh, MDA, there's an approach. Is that an airport? Hello Noah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I think someone's done a freeware Kai Tak. The final giveaway is in process now, Noah, so if you want to enter, make sure you check out the terms and conditions and the details in the video description, and then type the answer to this question in the YouTube live chat. Which company manufactured the CRJ? Yeah, it's in the marketplace, this is true. Is VNAV armed? Is VNAV armed? I don't think you can arm it in this aircraft. I think it just exists. I've never had to arm it before. So basically, as you get to the top of descent, then it will start showing you your. Usually, it will start showing you the white snowflake. Other than that, you don't see it. Top of descent is apparently 5 minutes away, 40 nautical miles. I know it's shot up today, Simpansi. It's been a very exciting day, subs wise. Very good, Demetrius. Oh, in the CJ4, yeah, we don't have a VNAV button like we have in the CJ4. It's basically always on and gives you guidance when you need it, I think. Is it possible to move inside the aircraft? It's not possible to move from the cockpit to the cabin. I didn't know there was a payware Kai Tak. That's news to me. We haven't seen any contrails in it today, nothing very obvious, but there was sort of a hint of them earlier. But I don't know if that's because of the atmospheric conditions or because it doesn't support them, I'm not sure. Sesti, that's what should happen. Yeah, that's what should happen. So I don't really know what this snowflake is about right now. You think this plane could be considered study level? I do. Yeah, I do. Oh, thank you, Come Fly With Me Simulations. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, VREF. As I said it in my review, this is great if you want an airliner that you can actually get your teeth into and do some proper flying in. Thank you, Prime Plays. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Filbert Flies. Red Wing Kaitak has some old livery Cathay aircraft there, etc. and Flying Tigers. Sounds nice. There is LJ Vlogs. Yeah, Aerosoft are bringing them out as an expansion pack, but you'll need this to be able to use them. Just one word answer I'm looking for, otherwise your entry won't be counted, unfortunately. So just one word answer, which company manufactured the CRJ? I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to see the contrails if it is due to the high temperature. How cold does it have to be though? The SAT's minus 60. Yeah, I wonder, Tristan. I don't know. Yes, that's true, Diego. That is true. For sure. What do I think, buy or not? I think buy. In short, it's not perfect. It's got some bugs. I've had some problems with it. But it's a lot of fun. It's very detailed. There's a lot more systems depth than I was expecting. And I'm really enjoying learning to fly it properly. It's unlike any aircraft I've ever flown before. The plane just doesn't have contrails yet. Thank you, Zanis. Has to be minus 40 for contrails to form, then we should see them. So yeah, I think Zanis probably knows what he's talking about. They just haven't been added. I do, Eunice, yes. Yeah, the Orly scenery is fantastic. And welcome to the stream, Deno. I hadn't spotted you there. So as we approach the top of descent, we're going to dial down our selected altitude. We're going to take it all the way down to 10,000 feet for now. Just one word answer to the question, otherwise your entry won't be picked up by Nightbot, unfortunately. So one word answer, which company manufactured the CRJ? Do we know when the Whiskey Sim A220 is going to be released? That is probably the aircraft I'm most excited about out of all of them. That's amazing. I tore Porditat. Contrails are added, brilliant, there we are. So don't forget, as I mentioned earlier, this is a pre-release version, may not match the retail build that's available now. So we're approaching PBAT. We could start our descent now, very slowly. And I think we won't. I think we'll wait till the top of descent. I'm curious to see what happens with this snowflake. Okay, now we'll start our descent down at about 2,000. So this is saying 2,200-ish. This is saying 1,600. I don't know which one to go with. Maybe split the difference, see what happens with the white snowflake, see how we feel. So the 787 will be awesome. I know it'll be awesome because I flew it in P3D, but it's not a plane that I'll fly very often. It's not that often that I want to do a long haul. It's been out since August, Chimpanzee. Yep, that's coming later, Sinatra. Whereas the A220, you know, I'll fly that daily on short hauls. Yeah, they're all short flights today. They're all short flights today. So I'm bringing the throttles down to try and maintain Mach 0.74, and then later 290 knots. Increase the rate of descent slightly. Okay, so these figures all seem to match up now. This is now suggesting we want to descend at about 1700 FPM. This is now saying the same. So that's all very nice. What else do I need to do? We need to set the landing data. So to do that, we'll go to the Performance tab again. Set the landing speeds, and we're looking for a VREF of 140 today. Okay, that's fair enough, XR. If they're doing the VC, that sounds like it's going pretty well. Yeah, I haven't heard much from TAP about their A220 either, but whichever one comes first, I'll certainly be flying it and hoping for the best. What do I think about the fly-by-wire A380? I'm very excited for it. If it was any other freeware developer other than Working Title who were producing an A380, I'd think, nah, this is never going to happen. And if it does, it'll be absolutely rubbish. But with fly-by-wire doing it and building an aircraft from scratch, I think it's going to be great. That is true, Diego, yes. There's no Q400 for this sim. Oh yes, Bonaire is another one that's on my list that I may get round to at some point. Hello Divyansh, welcome to the stream. You're not too late to enter the competition to win the cost of a CRJ if you'd like to enter. You just have to answer the following question in the YouTube chat, and if you get it right, your name will be added to a draw, which is going to happen after we stop the aircraft and shut down the engines. So the question is, which company manufactured the CRJ? And we're talking about the real aircraft, not the simulator version. Which aircraft manufactured the CRJ? And I need a one-word answer only. Hello Anish, welcome, welcome. How do you get the CRJ? You buy it through the marketplace or Aerosoft.com. Yeah, so my pre-release version doesn't have any cabin views. The one that you'll buy, or the one that you'll buy will do. So my only way of showing you the interior at the moment is with the drone, and here's what it looks like. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But of course the drone doesn't follow the movement of the aircraft, so you'll get a bit seasick if you stay here for too long. Hello Kepler, welcome to the stream. Just a reminder, if you want to win, if you want to be in with a chance of winning, you have to be a subscriber to the channel. So click the subscribe button. Even if you don't want to win, click the subscribe button, because there'll be a lot more live streams. I'm doing another giveaway tomorrow, believe it or not, which is going to be two copies of two Australian scenery bundles. That'll be at 1100 Zulu. I haven't had a chance to put it up yet. because of CRJ stuff, but that will be tomorrow at 11, as I say. The VNAV is advisory, so it doesn't actually fly the plane in the same way that the VNAV on the CJ4 does, but it mostly gives you good advice. So at the moment it's telling us that we want to descend at just over 2,000 feet per minute to stay on our vertical profile, and so far that's working. So our switchover again has not quite happened at the right point. So I'm just going to increase that speed up to 290. And we're getting a little bit low now. Let's just reduce our range to make sure we can see what we're doing. And add a little bit more power. Get our speed up to 290. Hello Matteo, welcome to the stream. How similar is the MCDUs comparing the CJ4 and the CRJ? They're pretty similar. They're pretty similar. Some of the buttons are named slightly differently, but the way they work is the same. So instead of your tune page, you've got your radio page, which looks exactly the same. Legs page is exactly the same. Your flight plan input works exactly the same. So yeah, they're very similar aircraft. It's just this one, I believe, is an older version. It's alright, I can ask the question again, Airshark. Anish, no, we've got one more copy to give away. We had a surprise. Someone donated the cost of a fourth copy. So this is the fourth one. This is Tom's copy that's going to be given away after this flight. Yeah, that would be nice, Trance Energy. Yes, I believe so, Airshark, I believe so. Mitsubishi is a valid answer, but it's not the one that I want. Give me the other answer, and Nightbot will add you to the draw. You think I should give the prize to someone who's either a student or not, or unemployed? I would love someone who's either a student or unemployed to win the prize. I would love that. But unfortunately, it is beyond me to filter out those people, so everyone has an equal chance of winning. I'm going to turn on some anti-ice, cowl anti-ice, because we're about to pass through clouds, so we'll be in icing conditions. It's going to be a cash prize, Noah, I'm afraid, via PayPal. All the details you need are in the video description down below. Ah, Matt, you're back. Hello. Or maybe you've been here the whole time. I don't know. Does the CRJ door work? Yes, all of the exterior doors work. So you can open the door to the cabin. You can enter the service door on the other side. You can open the baggage doors. Been having it on while you were awesome. How's the work going? You're still doing both your jobs, I imagine, are you? I can't remember when you said you were finishing, but I don't think it was yet. The chances of winning have been improving all day, yeah, it's true. Real question, does the CRJ door work during flight? I don't know, Callum. I don't know. I don't know. I tell you what, if I stuff up this approach like I stuffed up the others, we'll find out. I'll open it. If I have to go around, I'll try it. Good, Airshot. I knew I could rely on you. You shouldn't be able to open it. Actually, I bet it's disabled. If they had any sense, it would be say disabled. Yeah, you can't open it during flight. There we are. That's the answer. So we're getting a little low now, but let's look at our upcoming constraints. They are all at or below, so we don't have to worry about being slightly too low, really. But we will try. We will try and follow the blue donuts. So let's try about 1100 feet per minute, something like that. Believe this is what is known as the zone of confusion, because the snowflakes going all over the place. And 3 more days. Right, you're nearly there. You're nearly there. Valkyrie, thank you, and yeah, nice to see you. Hope to see you on another one. Let's just hope we get a butter on this one. You can hope, Nathaniel, but evidence suggests so far that it's unlikely. I haven't flown the 550 Green Machine. I'm ashamed to admit it. I decided I was going to focus on one aircraft type only, so I don't know. I imagine they feel pretty much the same. Yeah, that's true, Vera. Is it much different from a version for FSX? I never flew the FSX version, so I can't comment on that. No base jumping in the CRJ, no. Right, we're passing through, well, we've passed through 20,000 feet, so I think it's time to turn on the seatbelt sign. I do plan the ILS approach to 2.5, yes. Yes, it is in the marketplace. So we're a little bit high again. Increase the descent rate. I doubt it, Viraf, I doubt it. "1013 is indeed standard, yes. Ooh, I missed that speed constraint. That was a bit naughty. Never mind, next one's 250 knots, so we'll start slowing down. In fact, let's go down to 240, because last time I did this approach it was all a bit rushed, so we'll slow down even a little further. Oh, I've already asked the final question, Anish. The question is, which company manufactured the CRJ? And I'm referring to the real world company, not the software developer who's done the sim version. Yeah, I will, G. I'm sure I will. Why did I put the seatbelt sign on at 20,000 feet? I tried to do it about 20 minutes before landing to give the cabin crew time to prepare the cabin, and that's usually at about 20,000 feet. I think you might be thinking of the landing lights, which go on at 10,000 feet. So we're a little on the low side again, apparently. So we'll reduce our VS ever so slightly. 3 people have already won the simulation flight, but we've got one more prize to give away after this flight, after I shut down the engines. And all the details about how to enter are in the video description. It's not heavy on FPS, no. I was saying earlier, I don't think that my performance is any worse in this than it is in the A32NX. Possibly even slightly better. Possibly. I haven't done a like-for-like comparison, but that's my impression. The performance around Orly and Cloud does drop off a little bit. We had a rotten approach in rain earlier on. I hope the weather's improved a little bit. In fact, it's probably worth checking the METAR, isn't it? Broken clouds at 1,000, broken clouds at 2,000. That's what we're expecting. Wouldn't bank on it though. Which cloud setting am I using? I can't remember off the top of my head. If you look in the... Actually, it's not in this video description, but if you look in any of my other videos, I have a link there to my full images of all of my graphics settings. Yeah, yeah, brakes are necessary when you're learning the CRJ for sure. Still, Air Shark, still. So we want to be at flight level 100 at Mulber. Yeah, that's not a bad plan, Zach Villa. No printer, I'm afraid. Oh, that's really good to hear, Valkyrie. That's really good to hear. The winner of this is for the CRJ. Well, it's for the price of a CRJ, so I'll be transferring the money to whoever wins it. Well, £45.15 via PayPal. And yes, you must spend it on the CRJ. Otherwise, it's not in the spirit of the things. And this copy is being very generously donated by Tom. So I've given one, Aerosoft has given one, someone else very generous has given one whose name I really should remember, but I keep forgetting. Tony Me 88, he donated one. So yeah, it's been a real love-in today. Okay, and we're ready to start descending again, so we're going to set the altitude all the way down to 3,000 feet. Or 0, depending on what you fancy. And we'll start back down again. VS mode. See, now VS mode won't engage, I don't know why. There it is, just had to give it a good firm press. I hope so, Airshark. But even if I don't, it doesn't matter. The main thing is everyone's had a lovely time, people have won some nice prizes, and I've made a lot of excuses. Starting to wish I'd flown with one of the clearer weather presets. It's true, Robert. Yeah, no, Adam, you'd have thought you'd be able to. You'd have thought you'd be able to do that, but Aerosoft doesn't have that functionality on their store, which is why I have to send people money. I'd much rather just be buying it for them. It's something a bit weird about asking for people's email addresses and giving them bundles of cash. But anyway, yeah. Well, I mean, it went to 0. I'm not good at scrolling. Actually, I have to stop being so self-critical. It's hard to use a scroll wheel to get the tiny number up here to be just right. I'm going to start bigging myself up a little bit more. If I mess up this approach, it's going to be the aircraft's fault, not mine, okay? There we are. The price increased by 20%. Really? Really? Well, whatever it costs when I transfer the money, that's what the winners will be getting. For you, it was showing €43.49. Yeah, but okay, I don't know then. But I'll check the price in pounds on the website, and then I'll transfer that amount to the winners. That's how it's going to work. Oh, do they? I was speaking to Vanessa, who's their marketing manager, and it was her who said there's really no way of doing this without you just sending the money via PayPal. It's easier to fly the real aircraft, especially flicking the bloody landing lights on the A320. Yeah, I can imagine that, actually. I can imagine. Even with tracker, I mean, I've never used VR, but I imagine even with VR, it's not the same as just being able to look around and reach where you want. No, it's up to you, Adam. It's up to you. But I'll be giving you the money for whatever it costs on the Aerosoft website. So if you find it that it's cheaper on the marketplace, then you've got well, you got some money left over for sausage rolls, which is always nice. And if you find it's more expensive, then you'll just have to buy it through Aerosoft. So our ILS frequency is auto-tuned once again. I think I probably could do that, Demetrius. I am, as always, going to strive to land it properly, but we'll see, won't we? We'll see. So we're still roughly on our vertical profile. And this time I'm going to try and make sure that I'm not level, because people have said that there's a bug, which means it won't intercept the glide slope if you're level. So we'll add a bit of VS in just before glide slope capture. The CRJ does have wipers, yes. They don't do anything, just as they don't on any of the other aircraft, but they are there. Would there be a fee for international if you buy it from Aerosoft? I don't know, Green Machine. Right, passing through transition level, we will set our altimeters. 1025 is what it is in the sim. How close is that to the METAR? Bearing in mind we're not actually quite there. Why can't I find it? Oh, here we are, 1025. Bang on. Is it because in North America the yeah, lovely weather indeed. Is it because in North America the VAT rate changes all the time, whereas here it's just 20%, so it's much easier to add? I don't know. No VAT is standard in Canada. Okay. So I'm just letting my speed bleed off a little bit. Feel like we should tweak some lighting. The displays seem very bright. There we are, that's a bit better. If we crank up the integrated lighting, we should be able to see what we're doing better. There are various knobs to twiddle to get that to work, and I don't think I've yet twiddled the right one. But anyway, it's looking okay. I can see what I'm doing there. Oh, there's no VAT in Canada. I didn't know that. Ah, Jenny, interesting. Thank you. That answers that one. Well, so far so good. I wish the weather was nicer. I really hope we capture the glide slope. Sorry, what's this about the currency conversion? Oh, is that an equivalent thing, 109 Squadron? Aerosoft can't allow it, Valkyrie. I've been in contact with them for a long time about trying to sort this out, and they don't have the possibility for you to buy a product and add it to someone else's account, unlike Orbex and a lot of other developers and online stores. Okay, I'm not confident about making sure that we're not level when we intercept the glide slope, because every fibre of my being tells me I want to be stable at 3,000 feet, but I'll do my best. Yes, it does, Jack. Comes with some really comprehensive manuals, and you've got all of your checklists over here as well. Ooh, we haven't set our MDA. We've still got our old one set. What is it here? 487. Ah, maybe I did set it. I don't know. Main thing is it's right. Didn't put the landing lights on passing 10,000 feet, but never mind, they're on now. It's because of all this cloud, you see. We don't want them reflecting back at us. I'm going to extend my first stage of flaps. And now I'm going to arm approach mode. Reduce the range. So it's capturing the localizer. We don't have a dot for the... Oh, we do have a dot for the glide slope. It's coming down now. So what I'm going to do is reduce my altitude so that I can keep the VS going. And hopefully, even with this shallow rate of descent, that'll be enough for it not to bug out. Hopefully. It's a good job I like you, Kai. It's a good job I like you. Flaps 8. Please capture. Please capture. Please capture. Please capture. Please capture. Gear down. Flaps 20. Bit more power because that really does slow it down quite a lot. So we seem to be on the glide slope for now. I'm just going to see what this plane does on autopilot. I'm going to reduce our rate of descent because we're still in VS mode, and I want it to capture, so obviously our VS needs to be less than what the glide slope would command. No. Oh, is that because it's in altitude select though? I can't go back into VS mode. Okay. So it hasn't really captured. Oops, what's going on now? I extended the flaps. That's provoked a big lot of nose up pitch. So I'm going to hand fly again. Because once again, even though I wasn't level, it doesn't seem to want to capture the glide slope at all. Sorry, I've missed the chat. Turn the nav source knob. Oh yeah. It doesn't say that in the manual, so this is all new to me. Anyway, I'm going to just fly it visually now. It's too late to be worrying about nav source knobs. What I'm going to do, well, not for a little while, but before I next do a stream in the CRJ, I'm going to try all this out, because when I was filming the tutorial, didn't have to do anything with the nav source knobs. The dude doesn't say to do anything, so it's new to me today, and it takes me a while for these things to sink in.
1,000.
Sync rate.
Got quite the crosswind, which isn't going to make this any easier. Slightly below our VREF as well. Slightly high.
$500. $400. $300. $200.
Sync rate.
I'll give you sync rate.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Welcome back to Paris Orly. I don't know the answer to that aviation simulation, but I bet there are people here who do. What I didn't do was arm my reverse thrust, but it doesn't matter because we got good brakes, and just like that, it's smoothed out again. Really stuttery on short final. Sorry, Joshua. Sorry. That wasn't a Ryanair NS, that was pretty smooth. Pretty smooth, I think. Welcome back, Frame. Thank you, Andy. Right, nav source. I know for next time. The question is, which company manufactured the CRJ? And I'm not talking about Aerosoft, the developer. I'm talking about in the real world when these were still being made. Which company made them? Just wildly jabbing the APU buttons. Power and fuel. Oh, that was already on. It only seems to be this airport, and only in bad weather. I've flown in here before, it's been fine. It's odd. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, we do need a 737 of some sort, it's true. And I think we'll park up exactly where we did last time. You'll only get one entry however many times you answer, by the way. Right, so I think that nav source thing is it, isn't it? Yeah, I wish I'd finished watching the dude's videos. But his last two came out as I was in the middle of doing all of my content before the release. But I'll watch them now. Gonna do a full shutdown this time? Why not? Why not? We've spent this long together, we may as well end up nicely. Yep, they're working on the 737, Pingu. I think, is it a Q3 release? Sort of sometime this year. I think it's pretty vague still. One word answer, Jonah. We need a one word answer, otherwise it won't get picked up. I'm not going to be talking on Discord after the live, I don't think. I've got to set up my stream for tomorrow, which is the Australia giveaway. Got to get that done. I've got to transfer the money to the winners, and then I'm going to not be at the computer. Right, parking brakes set. Turn off the probe heat. Turn off the anti-ice. Can turn off the windshield heat now, I imagine, because we're shutting it down. APU's on. Shut down. Seatbelt sign off. It's interesting, the seatbelt sign needs to come off before you turn off the engines on this, apparently. Which I haven't experienced before, but we'll do it. Thrust levers to shut off. And make sure you do the right one first if you're looking at it from this view. Why is that not going? Ah, maybe it's because my thrust reversers are slightly deployed. There we are. Nose wheel steering to off. Fuel pumps off. Beacon off. That's it, and we'll do the terminating checklist, I guess. I've never actually done that. Chocks and brakes in. Well, the chocks aren't in. Let's get them in now, and we'll open the door. Let's open all the cargo doors as well. Hydraulic pumps off. Emergency lights and IRS to off. First of all. Emergency lights off. IRSs are down here somewhere. Off, off, off. Don't accidentally take the parking brake off. Although we got chocks in now, so it's probably fine. Hydraulic pumps off. External lights off. I will catch up on the chat once I've shut this down. Then we'll do the draw. and then I'll say goodbye to you all. That will be sad because it's been a good day. APU off. Battery master off. And finally we get the stupid logbook thing. Awesome. Oh, is it frozen? Is it crashed? I think the Sims crashed. Oh no, we're back. We're back. And cockpit lights we should turn off as well, but I'm not going to bother with that. Manacle Airways. I've heard there's a bug with it if you try and intercept it when you are straight and level. I've also been told multiple times and haven't listened that I need to switch the nav source into local or VOR1, nav1, I guess. Otherwise it won't do it, which was news to me today. So it could be that. I'm not entirely sure still, but certainly I'll be doing a few more flights and I'll be making sure to do that. So yeah, I don't know. If the short answer is I don't honestly know. Revenge of the Logbook, yeah. There isn't a way to stop it popping up. No, there isn't, unfortunately. Stupid logbook thing stream done. Almost done. Surely that is not true about the seatbelts. I don't know. When the engines go off, it cuts power to the seatbelt buckles. You've never been on a real flight with the seatbelt sign off before the engine shuts down. Oh, there we are. It's obviously just in the wrong order then on this checklist. Let's close that down. Right, so time for the final prize draw. And I'll just reiterate how this is going to work. So someone is going to be picked at random from the 348 people who have given the correct answer to the question. That person will then have to email me at philbertflies@gmail.com with their YouTube username and the email address that they want the PayPal money to be sent to. And I will send them £45.15 in sterling, which they can then use to buy the Aerosoft CRJ from either Aerosoft or the store, whichever one they want. And this final draw is very much thanks to Tom, who very kindly has offered to stump up the money for this copy. So without further ado, let's roll it and see who's going to win. It's Kurt Lavisa. Oh no, it's not. He's not subscribed. It's Tinsymex, congratulations on your win. Do let me know within the next 24 hours which PayPal address you would like the money sent to, along with your YouTube username so that I know it's you. If I don't hear from you in 24 hours, then I will redraw and give it. There she is, or he is. There they are. You're very, very welcome. Congratulations, and thank you for entering. Thank you for joining the stream. And yeah, I'll get that over to you as soon as I get your email through. Hopefully this evening, or whatever time of day it is where you are. So yeah, I think that's everything. I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you all very much for watching, for subscribing, and for your words of support, even when things were going at their worst. Tolstoy, that is true. Unfortunately, there are no flows included with the documentation. That is, I think, a slight flaw. So I tend to use the checklist as flows. Great stream. Thank you, It's Blitz. Really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who's donated. Particular thanks to Tom for his contribution, for adding an additional prize, and Tony Me for doing exactly the same thing. Congratulations to all the winners. Next stream will be at 1100 Zulu tomorrow. I'll be flying the A320 from Sydney to Hobart and giving away 2 bundles of Australian scenery thanks to Harrison and NSZ Simulations. So I hope to see some of you there. Hope to see you back even when I'm not giving free stuff away. There'll be plenty more streams in the CRJ in the future, as well as in all of the other aircraft. I'm not going to neglect them. So goodbye, and I hope to see you again soon here on Philbert Flies.